in the grand finals. It is not easy, ladies and gentlemen.
برستيج وفريق يلا ايسبورتس يصعبوا بالفوز على اللاعب باندا نوك داون.
Welcome everyone to the finals, grand finals here at PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia Spring Split 2022. Myself, Hannah Wolf, joined with once again by Zute too. Zute, it's the finals, as we say. 3 days. How are you doing going into it?
I am doing great. Absolutely excited for the finals. The energy surrounding the finals is just always different than the league stages, right? Coming into the league stages, teams are pumped up, they're ready to go. But once we hit the finals, this is where, you know, teams really got to lay it down, because this is where the big money is at, Highland.
It is where the big money is at, but also, you know where it's at? It's down below, Zute, that Upper Renault 6 Series 2 with upgraded performance and upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Upper Renault 6 Series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile Middle East and Africa Esports 2022. Zute, as we said, though, it is the finals of the PMPL Arabia, and 16 of the best teams here in the region will be doing it out for what will be only one victor at the end of these 3 days, 18 matches of action. And I think I'm just going to start it off, and we got to say, as we said, 3 days here, Zute, in 10th, 11th, 12th, this Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I'm looking forward to it.
Oh, definitely. It's going to be an intense 3 days. The biggest thing is the points do kind of reset. Teams do start over from zero. And if we look at the calendar, well, we've had 3 amazing weeks already. We had 3 super weekends where teams duked it out. We saw teams falter and some teams step up during the qualifying weeks, and same in the super weekend. But now that we're in the league finals, this is where it all comes together, Highland Wolf.
Yeah, it's 10th, 11th, 12th, as we said, for the Thursday, Friday, Saturday here on YouTube, of course, for these 3 days, same time as today. But as you said, it is where it all comes together. And I think a lot of expectations riding as well. And many of these teams, we could say, Zute, because of the fact that what we saw through 3 weeks of Super Weekends has given us that great idea of who the favorites are coming into this, who we need also to look at. But I think the first one being that Rico Infinity Esports too, a massive result through from them. And we saw multiple chicken dinners, multiple games where they were winning all of these points, and over 550 almost for them.
550. They had a 100-point lead over second place. And speaking about points, going into the finals, the point system, it's not changing. So teams will be very comfortable. You see on your screen, first place, 15 points. Of course, second, 12, and it drops to 10th, 8th, and so on. And of course, the one elimination point. So that's how these teams will be accumulating their points to determine overall. And
no worries, though, I think also when we're looking towards, as you said, Zute, the overall points, they've got to also be the prizes to compete with that, and it's going to be the $10,000 here for the first place. And as we said, there can only be one winner, but the money doesn't just go to number one, it goes to down there second, third, $6,500 to $5,000 heading our way downwards for our top 16 teams. Of course, now we're not going to be placing through where each win gives you $1,000, but by the end of these 18 matches, we will have, however, $1,000 going to our MVP, whoever that may be, the best performer out of all our teams and all of our players here out of 64 players themselves.
The money also earned throughout the super weekends, that will also be pocketed towards them. So we are into the finals where the big money's at. But teams like Rico Infinity, through the eight wins they got in the Super Weekend, they've already gathered themselves 8,000. And also, we have to acknowledge Nigma Galaxy too. Nigma Galaxy with 7 chicken dinners in the Super Weekend, they've already got themselves 7,000. So coming into the finals, they're looking to be padding their pockets even more so.
A massive amount of money already won for these teams, but they got to keep up with success. So through these finals, keep in mind the points, as we just looked at them earlier, have also reset here, Zute, too. So they're not going to be starting from 550 or where they were in the Super Weekends. Now every one of these 16 teams is going to be starting through from 0 points back through these 18 matches to get to the top once more. As we said, Rico Infinity's team, a big contender coming in on to these finals. But also, I think Nigma Galaxy here, Zute, another one of these teams who are looking very strong alongside, I think, NASR up top. And to see if they can compete, though, we're going to take a look at, well, what are those 6 maps today? Going to be starting us off with Erangel and Miramar. Sanhok coming up into another double sandwich here, Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok. But it's not really a sandwich, to be fair, is it now? It's more of just like a stack. It's like a big triple stack of maps, twice over.
We'll be playing each map twice today, so teams can kind of get familiar with each of the teams competing once they head into the second round of maps. But it's going to be alternating constantly back and forth. And as we've seen throughout the league stage and the Super Weekends, it's not just the fact that you play the same map and everything's going to be the same. The circles, the plane paths, everything will come into factor. Everything will come into play. So. And for a lot of exciting matches today. And if anything, casting with you, Highland Wolf, I've learned one thing, and that is you can never be safe from the circle shifts when it's us 2 pairs casting.
Look, what a wild first day I'm hoping it's going to be for these 16 teams. You can see them on your screen. Unfortunately, we do have to commemorate our 4 teams who didn't make it through from the Super Weekend, that being KURD12 Esports, 4K Esports, Headquarter, and the Mind Weapon Eye. KURD so close, but yet so far. I think, though, the top 16, we can say a range of different playstyles and a range of different strategies that these 16 teams are going to be competing. We've seen it through the 3 weeks, as we said, but now to see what they really bring to table, what strategies they've kept secret to this point. And to go back to my point here on these top teams, Zute, Nigma, NASR, 2 of the other big favorites coming in alongside Rico Infinity Esports.
I want to highlight a little bit more on the Nigma Galaxy side because they finished second overall, but they literally had like just complete weeks where they did not move up at all. They were like second place after the first week, and after the second week, I believe they dropped all the way down to like the second page, down to 9th place at one point. So coming into the final games on the last Super Weekend, Nigma Galaxy really stepped it up, and they somehow shot themselves back up to second place and actually have like a 50-point lead or so onto 3rd place. So they didn't just, barely climb their way back up to second. They really shot up to that second place. So I feel like that momentum that they had, whatever it is that they started, really locking things down, was in preparation for the final. So I feel like even though Rico Infinity had the most amount of points scored overall, the best consistent overperforming team, Nigma Galaxy might have something in store where they could pretty much, overtake the Rico Infinity side. And like we mentioned, the points start back from 0. So it's not just Nigma Galaxy's game. It's not Rico Infinity's. It's any of the 16 teams participating today because they all get a fresh start.
Yeah, I think as well, the other fresh start welcomed, though, by Triple D2 here. I think the other big question mark over these teams now, they also, like these top teams, share about that 10-point average per game. But if you weren't watching the Super Weekend, Zute, they only got 1 Super Weekend in 161 points, got them through. What can they do now coming into the finals to recreate that magic they had?
Well, Triple D, like you said, it's a big question mark. I find it really interesting. I don't think I've seen a PMPL qualifiers where a team could qualify through just only one super weekend.
We had
They
one.
beat out.
We had one.
We had one. Okay,
Seal 9.
but they
Seal
beat
9.
out. They beat out a team that had two super weekends. So the fact that their point average, by the way, is higher than 10 points per game, I think they're like second overall in terms of points per game when it comes to the super weekend. Problem is they just couldn't make it into the super weekend. But now that they're in the finals, they will 100% be playing every match of the finals. So if they can replicate what they did in the super weekend, that one super weekend alone, that technically puts them in a top 3 position potentially.
Potentially. But on the other hand, Ozute, they've also had 2 weeks where they never got in onto the super weekend. So there is that big question mark, as we said. Can they keep being consistent through these 18 matches? Because consistency is the most important word we're going to be using through these next 3 days. I think also big props and big surprises going to come out through from also CONQUEROR, Iraq, and YaLLa Esports, the other top 5 teams alongside the 3 we already previously mentioned. And I think YaLLa being one of the more surprising ones for me, because previous PMPLs, they've not been as high as this coming into the finals. They've had to work a little bit harder for their result compared to what they are now.
I like that you mentioned YaLLa. YaLLa is a team that just improved over the course of the 3 weeks. So they're looking, in the best shape right now coming into the finals. But one dynamic I want to add in is with the finals being 3 days and the points resetting, it takes a almost different type of composure and experience. Sure, consistency is what's going to help the teams the most. But when it's only 3 days, if you get off to a bad first game even, that could completely shake the team's confidence. That could shake the team's resolve. And this is where I want to look back over to the Nigma Galaxy side. They've been in this kind of like 3-day final type stage, and they done extremely well when it came to the PMGC last year, right? Rico Infinity might have done way better than Nigma Galaxy over the course of 3 super weekends. But do they have that same composure and experience when it comes to the finals, especially with it being like a 3-day sprint? It's no longer a marathon of 3 weeks. It's now a race to the finals, a sprint for the next 3 days. And Nigma Galaxy might just be the team, that has more experience when it comes to that.
But do they have enough experience coming into this first match and coming into these 18 games here, Zute? Because there's also other veteran teams that we've got to keep in our minds and keep our eyes on. That being, I think, Team Falcons, another big one. Coming in, they've got through over a year of Arabian region experience in PMPLs. Yes, they may not be as star-studded, but they do look pretty darn good when it comes to maps like Erangel.
And Erangel is the first map that we will be playing today. So that momentum coming into this sprint, it's going to play a key factor. We do have 2 Erangels today, so that does work. I would say in the favor of the Falcons. We usually see 3 Erangels in a day. So there's actually one less Erangel, coming into this super, or not super weekend. Sorry, we're in the finals. So there's actually one less Erangel here. We're on to the first game of the PMPL Arabia 2022 finals. This is pretty much it. And we're starting off with a very decent playing path for all the teams to play their first match.
Ooh, how kind of a central playing path. That means we've got to have a nasty zone, Zute. That's what usually gets coupled with a very beautiful looking playing path here for our first game. Also, though, we are looking at some of these other teams. I think the other really scary one that we not talked about in terms of high skill when it comes to team fights, high aggression as well, that can definitely upset things. That being Twisted Minds 2. They are going to be dropping this time a little bit more towards the farm where they usually go towards, but a slightly wider split now came forward.
And with 3 super weekends already played, these teams are extremely familiar with each other's rotations, drop spots, and etc. So if we see a drop clash off the beginning of any of the matches today, and not just today, tomorrow included, we would definitely have to safely assume that drop clash is a planned one and one that's not just through happenstance.
Yeah, as well, I'm curious what you say about these type of drops being the same. There's also open, though, opportunity for our South Island, particularly. We've got to remember that there's only one South Island team now really joining us in the finals, that being Revolution, who have an absolutely free time. Yes, they're going to have to get across the bridges, but I'm then curious to see, based off of these first few games, if teams will also look to take out here at South Island. But it's first blood potentially here versus 1,000,963, and 1,000,000. They brought their hands to a gunfight, and you don't have fists in this type of fight to win. 963 first blood of the game.
You know that saying, how you don't bring a knife to a gunfight? Well, 1,000,000 did it one better. They brought just their bare hands, which is even worse than bringing a knife to a gunfight. So that player will, of course, be going down extremely quickly. And 1,000,000, that, I don't know, maybe there was an issue with him jumping out of the plane, but we see the rest of the 1,000,000 team looting in Cerverni, and he was way split out to the northwest of Cerverni. So that is a rough start for 1,000,000, but a nice one for 963, picking up one elimination point to start off the game.
Picking up the one, I think as well, the concern over the heads of some of these teams like 1,000,000 coming into the finals too, Zute. Could they be able to pick up the pieces from their Super Weekends performance? Because 1,000,000 haven't had the greatest of Super Weekends, like potentially here Nigma Galaxy in week 2, week 3. Also the same there being for teams like KAMIKAZE, who have also fallen down to the ranks of those on that second page, now looking to redeem themselves in these finals.
A reminder for all the viewers just tuning in right now for the finals, maybe you guys missed out on the Super Weekends, but while the teams are still looting, I'll give everyone a quick refresher on how the Super Weekends ended. Of course, it did end with Rico Infinity being in first overall by more than 100, almost more than 100 points over second place. Nigma Galaxy did fall into second, and following them is NASR, CONQUEROR, YaLLa, Twisted, Team Falcons, and 963 that picked up the first point. They finished in 8th, overall for the Super Weekends, and dropping down from that was Revolution, Stalwart UAE, 1,000,000, KAMIKAZE, Rod, RTG Esports, Dunak, and the last place team, of course, they only qualified in with one Super Weekend. The big question mark being Triple D. Now, Triple D, right, they finished in 16th place, but I would not say they're exactly a 16th place team coming into this finals, because they did extremely well the one Super Weekend they made it in, and maybe that's all they needed. Maybe they just need to be able to play in these games, and they'll do a similar performance, or they might just flunk out like the way they did in the qualifying days.
Yeah, keep in mind it was 116 points here, gathered across those 15 games, an average of also 10.7 points per game, which is a huge average. You expect that, as we said, out of these top place teams of the Super Weekend, but they've also failed, a reminder here, through from getting into 2 Super Weekends. So when Triple D look good, they look like one of the best teams. When they look bad, it's real bad for Triple D. I'm hoping we see the more former of those two options. I think also, to be said, the consistency, though, slightly there, at least from Dunak. Now, Dunak were also a team that missed out, though, on that third Super Weekend. And to wonder how also they'll perform, because they were beginning to ramp up. They were beginning to get those 6-7 point averages per game, which is what we're kind of looking for here, at least in the finals.
6 to 7 point average would be not bad, but if you're looking for that top 3 position, we'll always find that one team that excels over the rest. I'm looking at like a 10 plus point average per game.
Yeah.
Now, coming into the finals, right, I think that point spread is going to be even more drastic, because when you have less games played, you'll find wider ranges of points as far as the top end goes and as far as the lower end goes. And when you get more games played over the course of 3 Super Weekends, those points, those point ranges will kind of balance out. But this being a 3-day ordeal, we're going to need some teams that just kind of really takes that momentum, presses it forwards, and maybe, I hate to say it, get a little bit of luck, with the circles, because this is somewhat of an RNG game at the end of the day.
True, but it's also about skill and getting into there. We've certainly seen teams be able to steal away games. I think that the big game being, unfortunately, for CONQUEROR, also losing $1,000 to the Edge of Twisted Minds Army back in Super Weekend, yoinking that $1,000 on their cold, dead hands. But you've got to also keep in mind, yes, it is about those zones. If you get a good game, you get about 35 points on hand through one match. It can really set you into a path for success, not only physically in terms of the points, but also mentally here. The mental going to be very huge, Zute, coming across these 18 games. If you have a big game coming off our first match, that's definitely going to bring a bit of a high momentum coming into second, third, fourth game later on.
I think the biggest factor right now when we talked about, RNG and whatnot is if you give a strong, consistent team a very good, zone towards the end game, and just one game alone, that's all it will take for that team to pick up those points, secure the points, and then to take that momentum and that consistency they've developed as a team, right, through the rest of the 2 days. So I'm really going to be looking out for which teams, which top teams first come in huge for today, because I think that's the team that's most likely going to end up near the top of the leaderboards after the 3 days. And the first circle, it is closing in. We are about to go into phase 2. We didn't talk too much about phase number 1 with the circle. It is on the eastern side. It is a very normal circle with a lot of, potential areas to be contested or played. Can't really, predict how the game will play out just yet with the first zone, because there's so many different areas and terrains still available.
Zone, as you say, very conspicuous as these teams do begin to close in. The first phase also going to make its close in onto the second. Rico and Revolution here, the more outside teams, still to make it indoors into that second zone, as it does shift over towards this more eastern end. And yes, Naya down towards this bridge line, going to still be in contention. Still the question mark is there, though, about which way it's going to go. But I think a lot more focus on these hills, more coming in towards the likes of Shelter, a big position here for 963 to control.
Yeah, on the southern side, there are a lot of hills in play. You have the Lumberyard area. Of course, you have that giant sprawling hillside west of Shelter that we've seen so many times before and teams are quite familiar with. But in case the circle doesn't shift south and it shifts north, there is not a lot of cover. And if anything, the opposite of hills, there's a lot of divots and dips that will be left in play and a few compounds. So the battlefield will change drastically on the next circle shift. So taking a look at how these teams are setting up right now, will they prefer the potential northern shift, or will they gear up for maybe a southern hilly finish?
Well, for example, it's northern finish, so Falcons do have that intriguing 2-2 split going on. They've got the two members down, never alone there, also towards that more hillside, just overlooking the Beryl Hills itself. But they've also brought up Blaster and Co towards that more eastern side to make sure that we got our position in the zone. I think it's going to be a trend here, particularly in this first game, that we start to see these splits taking shape, because in this phase 2, we still don't know where we're quite going. So team's going to try to bring in those scouts. You can see even Revolution doing the same. I assume that'll be El Hahe, as usual, doing the scouting for that squad.
Taking a look at the map, we do have Nigma Galaxy west of Shelter on that long sprawling hillside that I mentioned. I'm trying to locate right now where the Rico Infinity team is. Rico Infinity.
Just above
Do you see
Naya.
them on the, just above? Oh, okay. They're making that wide wrapping rotation from the northern side. Okay, I see them now. Yeah, so they're setting themselves up for a potential northern shift, but even if it shifts south, they're on the edge enough where they could circle around and take advantage of, like, say, a hard shift, which is what we've seen the Rico Infinity do, or the Rico Infinity team do time and time again.
They have rotated in onto the zone, so no worries, Sute. They don't get cursed by the eastern side shift this time. They've learned from the Super Weekends. I'm proud of them. I'm proud of Mad Rico Infinity boys here for at least the first game, but they've got a lot of improvement still to do. Keep in mind, as we said, they're on 0 points. They're still to re-show that magic that they brought into those Super Weekends. Dunak, the final team to still make it inside of that zone, following behind Rico Infinity. And to surprisingly see that Rico ahead of Dunak, considering that Dunak do start around Starber, a slower rotation coming through from them, maybe more cautious compared to Rico, who maybe are on that higher streak of momentum, a higher confidence coming off of those 550 points.
Oh yeah, the confidence is going to play a huge factor. The teams that decide to do splits, that rotate quicker, rotate faster, less hesitation, they have the advantage when it comes to this finals. And that circle shift, that drastically changes everything. Chances are we are going to end up in the Lumberyard area. And I know we've had 45 Super Weekend games played out, but I don't think this Lumberyard area is one that got played too often at all, if any. So this is going to be kind of new for many of these teams to navigate and play this one out coming into the first game of the finals.
Yeah, we had one game that went down over towards that prison. It actually went into the beautiful 4 stack that is inside a prison around that hill itself. It was, I believe it was NASR or CONQUEROR who took that win. Likely NASR, if I do remember so correctly. But it is going to head there once more. And you can see that Revolution going to take control of that high story building. 963 also opting to go inside there. But I think those hills just around prison, slightly more beneficial. Maybe Twisted Minds again do decide to go down there, but you can see they have been stopped in that rotation in between Twisted Minds and Rod. Now already in control of that Lumberyard, as you said.
This Lumberyard area is going to get highly congested. There could be up to like 4 to 5 teams all positioned around here. You see how there's so many compounds, so many hills, divots, and just that watchtower alone. We're gonna have a ring of teams here, and this is exactly where the center of the zone is too, which is why there's so many teams here trying to take this position. You see on the mini-map, oh yeah, that is a cluster of teams. That mini-map right there on your right-hand side of the screen. We see about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We see like 12 teams already right there on your screen, and this is a very zoomed in area of the zone.
We are there. Rico, though, feeling that pain, trying to get in onto the circle of life, but KAMIKAZE, they don't even bring a knock here, looking for the elimination, but we can't confirm it away. Just a little bit of a sneaky knock there through from Dars. They also make their rotation, and a bold one here from KAMIKAZE, choosing to continue to go along the same route, but rightly so, they get finally down towards that coastal line, and it will be a slightly slower rotation coming through from them. Triple D Guive also trying to opt for that extra solo peek onto him, and Rico pinned by these 2 squads from either end.
Rico not in a good position. We talked about how this is the #1 team out of all the Super Weekends combined, and by a huge margin. And you can see once the points reset and we're into a totally clean slate, one bad game for them to start off could really stop the momentum that they had all Super Weekend long. But with that circle shift, it shifts towards the east. A bit of the hill still in play. Majority of the western side is going to be that hilly terrain, but the eastern side has the flat ground. And for Rico Infinity, they get that full reset and they get the new zone too.
Yeah, they took down Aziz through from the rest of KAMIKAZE, but it is a complete squad of RTG Esports, the KURDSQUAD, that are going to be taken down here in 16th position. Unfortunate first game for them, but it's not quite over. On this northern side, because Triple D, they rotated Guy back, but into the fight because they were against here Dunak. Dunak choosing to push later down, but both outside of the zone now. And with that knock, I would assume that Triple D, yes, they may look for these kills or eliminations, but it's realistically a reset, a move down onto the zone. Whoever can get down there towards 1 million is going to try to go first. And I think for Triple D, they got a better option because they control that more coastline. They get to avoid 1 million and then try to surface around where Rico Infinity are positioned.
If Triple D still had their 4th member, we might have seen a different play call coming out, but being only 3 members up and getting 1 knock, that just sometimes is not enough. And with the zone shifting towards the south, they do have to also question if they want to rotate in. NASR coming in onto Stalwart Esports. Easy gets 1 knock, but quickly traded back by the NASR team. Very well done. And NASR taking a 1v1 at the Wizard Tower as well.
But the nade as well helps the extra damage. They knock down a second, but they're not quite finished yet. Stalwart still, it's a boot. Climbs up towards the top of the hill, has the rock to his hiding hole, and they find the extra one, a little bit of a first through from its boot as they find 1 confirmed elimination, but they're losing members too. Mexico is down. Now Vankid is going to be the second. Easy's down, and it's down to the solo of its boot to save here Stalwart in this game, but they've not got the zone. It's closing in, and NASR know this all too well as they send 1 back in onto the zone for future scouting, future position, while the rest here look to hold and wait to finish off the last.
NASR does get that reset. They should be fine. Of course, they do lose 1 player. 0 elimination points for them still. We saw quite a few knocks onto the Stalwart side, so the team from the distance, most likely the CONQUEROR X side, stealing some of those elimination points away. And Triple D is eliminated. So it looks like that consistency out of that 1 super weekend is not going to play through. Already eliminated with 0 points. And NASR with some long range shots confirms those finishes and has 2 elimination points now. Going back to the northern side or northeastern side, this is the side where Rico Infinity was. They managed to get that zone blessed just a little bit, and they restructured their defense. They're doing a 1-2-1 split, and so far it's working well enough to keep the teams at bay.
It's going well so far. They've cleared out that coastline of the flanking members. Dunak down to 3 here. They are all together inside the same shack. They've got the vehicles. They bring down the Smoke Road, but it's not just Rico Infinity in their way. It's still, as we said, 1 million esports. The 3 remaining players there also needing to rotate finally through the zone, and this is where Rico, because they have that initial position ahead of them all, will look to try take those kills as Falcon Revolution also to fight Dan versus them on this western northern front as Awahahi knocked and confirmed for the 1 elimination onto Falcons. Down to the Falcons, but look, it's Rex from behind, finds Yusuf, strikes them down at 1 million. They were there on the northern side too, and they upset as a third party, seal away Rex for their own.
The circle also shifted west up onto the lumberyard area. So this is going to be a lumberyard finish. And with this area of the map with so many hills and so many grass and trees, we're going to see a lot of snakes come into play through to the end game. Now, whoever manages to win this fight here, 1 million, looking like in the better shape coming in on that third party, doesn't get Damar though. Damar drops him. Is this a 1v3 situation? Potentially no, but 1 million does secure that elimination. Quickly hops back in the buggy because that blue zone, it's closing and it is hurting.
We're gonna get potentially here to revive off if Murv can get out here on the blue zone. Yes, they will. Tickle no more as Lixty also will heal back up, and as Issy moves further on in, down into that zone as it has, as we said, taking a shift down towards that lumber yard. In Twisted Minds, a turn of events here because they are in the center, no longer here Rico Infinity with the position given to them, and it's down to them to control these high ground locations. They've done it before in the Super Weekends, but not here in the lumber yard. A new location for all of these teams in a mean zone for this first match as NASR trying to navigate it too, but they are pinned in between Kamikaze. They looked for one, but Raj shot them in from behind from the other side.
This is such a difficult area of the map to traverse because all you're doing going uphill is just going into the disadvantage. You see Rod here at the hilltop just taking absolute free shots at not just Kamikaze, but the NASR team as well. NASR getting pinched in between the two and worst shape of them all. They are forced to circumvent elsewhere. And NASR, Ragnarok will have to play solo for himself, but the Rico Infinity team also creeping close by. And Rico Infinity, even though they didn't get the circle this time around, they managed to hold a very well defense the previous circle and managed to keep all 4 players up while picking up 4 elimination points too.
I'm hesitant to say that this is what they do. They get in onto the side of the circle, they snake their way, steal the kills, and they steal away the game. That's what we've seen them do in the Super Weekends time and time again, but I don't want to cast curse them, as I said. We've still got to navigate through as another Western shift goes far away from their squad, and KAMIKAZE look left for dead here as the nades were rained down on top of them too through the spray of the smoke, but we can't confirm any. As Ida looks for those eliminations, steps in onto the blue to try find them, but cannot find anything. Finally, Prestige runs on in. Kanzi's there to try answer through the smokes, finds one, but it's still all 3 others. Rico there to answer straight back. And it's down to the last legs, last hope, and Kante cannot find it.
Very well done by Ida with that double nade. And even though the circle didn't shift that way, I like how decisive they were in picking up those points. They just secured themselves 3 more points, and not just that, cleared out a side of the circle so there's less pressure from that southern side. Now with the zone closing soon, they got to get that revive and do the same thing all over again, but towards the western side of the circle. And Twisted Minds is in a beautiful spot to gatekeep that. And YaLLa taking down the Nigma Galaxy side. Nigma Galaxy holding a decent position, but not a strong enough one to prevent YaLLa from taking it over.
YaLLa barely keeping Sanji alive as they get on into the zone. Nigma, though, they get the revive off. They're looking for, potentially, their only one. It is going to be the only 2 left remaining. KONQUEROR as well, the 4-man squad looking for the position. Slowly, Caliga sending their way further forward. Twisted Minds also to enter in onto the zone. Finally pressuring onto Rad. They find a beautiful nade onto Satan, but they've got to keep going. They've got to clear out this backside, because if they don't clear out the backside enough, but finally they do. Rad with going down with the help there of Rico Infinity team and also KONQUEROR against them. There goes Stalwart for the final one, and there go Rad as a whole.
Taking a look at the 6 teams left alive, I'm not surprised that we see these 6. These are the 6 we mentioned and we touched on coming into the finals. KONQUEROR, YaLLa, Twisted, Rico Infinity, and Nigma Galaxy. They're all here, and of course 1Million doing a really good job. Losing 1 player extremely early, but still finding themselves towards the end game. And just as I say that, Nigma Galaxy taken out by grenades from the YaLLa side and the KONQUEROR side, both simultaneously. That was not the position they want to be in, sandwiched between those 2 teams. But now we're down to the top 5, and 1Million and Rico Infinity, they still have to make it into zone.
Yeah, unfortunately, Nigma Galaxy caught too early with the zone moving towards them. You also see 1 not going through there for YaLLa. 1-0 against here. Rico Infinity's 1Million. They just drove over them. 7 kills here for the underdogs. But we're going to lose 1 and going ahead first. And Twisted Minds, I don't think this was the right idea. 1Million, I'm afraid you got a little bit too hasty. Anyway, they go down to the hands of Twisted Minds. They kill, so high kills for all these 3 teams towards now KONQUEROR as they look to resurface their position in the zone. A nade far down onto Twisted Minds, but will it land? No, it does not. And now KONQUEROR Iraq have to try reset, but they lose 1. A beautiful shot through from Diggers over the top, dodges out the molly as they go around the edge of the hillside looking for the new angle, and Groza being revived this late, but Twisted Minds, they don't care. They go straight on in with a 1 knock. They use the blue to advantage, drive over them, but it's KONQUEROR who slice them down, and they grab themselves at least 2nd and 11 kills to boot.
I respect that out of Twisted Mind, because if they fought any other team, they'd be going downhill of KONQUEROR and in between YaLLa and them. So that was a decisive play. It just did not work out. But KONQUEROR, what great defense out of them. Now it's a 4v3 situation. They have the man advantage, but they do not have the positional advantage. Sure, they're on the high ground, but they have to press into the YaLLa team. If YaLLa plays this right, they can at least equalize this with finding 1 knock, as the KONQUEROR Iraq team has to come downhill into them. But it looks like KONQUEROR Iraq, they have the vantage point and they have the sight lines to really put in some damage in this zone. Even though it's closing just slowly enough where KONQUEROR Iraq can fish out the info and maybe figure out where the 3 YaLLa players are.
YaLLa Still 3 remaining, as you said. They've got demand disadvantage here. Conqueror might be, though, reduced down to 3. Whoever gets behind the ridge in time. YaLLa also firing back now onto KAMIKAZE, trying to stop the engagement, because keep in mind, Conqueror, they're still not inside the zone. They've got to make the move, and with that blue zone crushing them in between, YaLLa using this is the extra pressure. The moment they come across here, that they need to try find Sanji. Forever, they use Sanji as a bait. Beautiful Sanji, but how powerful. They take down 1 elimination, at least more. To 5 at least for the minimum, but they're looking for the chicken dinner. They've got the position to do so, and now finally Conqueror, as they get in, but they're not in a great position. They didn't have the time to set down properly the lay of the land, and there goes another confirmed away, and it's through only here to KAMIKAZE, through to Rio, to try to do anything left with this game, as they lost Rever on the right side.
YaLLa so disciplined with their peaks. They know they have the advantage with Conqueror having to push into the open, but even then, they take very concise peaks, and now YaLLa feeling a little bit frisky right now, taking a buggy out for a spin. That might not have been the play. Not in a 3v2 situation. Maybe in a 3v1 you could do that, but now YaLLa is all falling apart. KAMIKAZE with an insane spray headshot, and Conqueror Iraq looking to conquer this first game. It's a 1v1 situation.
And KAMIKAZE, he's found a 2. He's going for the eliminations. He knows how valuable the points are, but he's looking to flag grab Powerful. Nada misses on Powerful as a cheeky cook, but KAMIKAZE is too wise for such simple tactics. Ragnar confirmed away. There goes the information given. Sanji still there, giving more information to Powerful. The position there lies between the tree, but Powerful down even lower. And keep in mind, the blue zone is pushing in. He's got to move eventually, but it's KAMIKAZE with the advantage. He's got them all pinned. He's got them all tied up. But it's KAMIKAZE going now for the syringe. Stops it, cancels it. Realize Powerful may go for the peak. Powerful going back for the wise here. Banjis keeps himself down to 1. That's all they got. And it's all the health they're going to muster. Is the zone at least still has gone to Powerful. KAMIKAZE now looks and finds it. He gets the angle, and Conqueror take the first game. Zute, Conqueror first chicken dinner of the 18, but YaLLa is still a big performance through from him in that second place, standing up strong in that defense. But I think, as you said, the car just a little bit too much.
That card play by YaLLa in a 3v1 makes sense, but in a 3v2, that's a little bit risky. And we saw exactly why that was so risky. The buggy player was relying on his teammates to get a trade, and they did get a trade. It was a 2v3, and it went down to a 2v2 because they traded the buggy player. The bait worked in that sense, but KAMIKAZE, I think the game-winning play for Conqueror Iraq was that knock onto the second player. You heard how high my voice got when he hit those nasty shots. That was a very quick peak, a very quick spray, almost a pre-fire, it seemed like, because when he shot the first initial bullet, player wasn't even peeking out. But by the time the second bullet ran through, it just connected right onto the head. Might have been a double headshot, and from there on, he felt the momentum. He felt the change in pace as it turned into that 1v1. And of course, KAMIKAZE also had the Groza.
And it was, keep in mind, the peak coming through, that final little moment, the pin they had against the tree. KAMIKAZE knowing to keep up that fire and not let up, knowing that the blue zone as well was coming in behind YaLLa for those final few moments. It was YaLLa's to win, but as you said, at least a take through the second position, despite losing out potentially there on a few more elimination points. The big, though, upset from that game, I think, was through from Rico Infinity Esports, honestly falling down, though, in that more final 6th position to 1,000,000, a team that we weren't expecting so much of a oomph and a push in this first match already.
I think between 1,000,000 and Rico Infinity, if we were to put that under their microscope, yes, I also agree Rico Infinity could have done a little bit better against 1,000,000 if we're just comparing the calibers of these two different teams. However, in the grand scheme of things, if you zoom out and take a look at the way the circle shifted and how Rico Infinity handled themselves in those circle shifts, I think Rico Infinity played an amazing game. The circles did go uphill for them constantly, and Rico Infinity did capitalize on elimination points when they were able to in decisive manner. And at the end of the day, you can't win them all. So I think Rico Infinity did do a good job. And if they could keep up that consistency, like I mentioned in the very beginning, right? Maybe they'll get the zones in the next game. And all it takes is that one game, plus the consistency of an experienced team. That's what's going to, have them potentially take the first place overall position in the finals.
Well, 1Million as well, though. You got to give it to them. They were also taking down a lot of those teams on the north side, too, dispatching away of Revolution and also Falcons, third partying in the fight. And that is what has also brought them a lot of those elimination points on top as well. So then both of them looking very high equally on those standings as we do take a look at them. KONQUEROR obviously going to be in that first position after such a chicken dinner through from them, but a still strong performance through from 1Million, as we said there, for 4th and 5th position, but higher Twisted Minds, as well as those top 2 teams also sneaking their way in onto the 3rd.
We do see a lot of familiar teams in that front page. One surprising finish is Nigma Galaxy. I thought they would be higher up on the leaderboard because we did see them towards the end game, but it's that problem that we saw out of Nigma Galaxy in the PMGC. They're not getting many elimination points, and this very first game is very evident of that play style where they go for those position points, but they're not able to secure the eliminations. And on the second page of things, one team that kind of stands out here is NASR, right? NASR we picked as one of the teams to keep an eye out for. But of course, this is just one game, so they do have more games to go as we take a look at the Oppo moments.
Yeah, also in this game too, as we do check out those highlights, Triple D going out very early. Now, I think Rico Infinity Esports definitely could have been a lot more pressured. I think also RTG Esports going out first here. Also a lot of lacking in the pressure putting out onto those teams on the northern side, because it was this northern side with all the fighting early on that caused a lot of these teams to break.
Yeah, and here we see NASR. They did fight their way up the hill, but they just were not able to secure many of those knocks. Most of them got stolen away. And at the end of the day, you need to confirm those eliminations if you want the points. And Nigma Galaxy right there, pinched between 2 massive teams, did not work out for them. Twisted Minds, this was a good game for them. I will have to say, though, they had that position early on, and they did get most of the circles, but they managed to confirm a lot of elimination points. And credit to them for making a decisive play onto KONQUEROR Iraq. It just did not work out. Had it worked out, they might have been the team that won the game, because it was from KONQUEROR Iraq's position where they eventually took down YaLLa and got the chicken.
Yeah, I think they were looking for the drive-by, looking for 1 or 2 knocks with those vehicles. They didn't get them, so they're too high in speed, going straight onto the blue. They take the blue zone damage, they take the extra damage coming off the vehicle, and from there, KONQUEROR were able to dispatch of those lower health bars given to them. KONQUEROR, though, doing great work, as we said again, to keep in mind that first chicken dinner and the first game going to them, and big momentum through to KONQUEROR Iraq now from that first game, going into the second, which will be Miramar. Got to see, though, if they can keep it up and see if they can keep that perfection and that streak of chicken dinners going. We'll see you guys after a short break. one game down in the first 6 here at the finals for PMPL Arabia. Myself, Hanwolf, and Zute here to bring you the action. But it is all this action brought by the beautiful Nemo TV, our official streaming partner. But if you are home, want to get in on that action too, you can tell us your thoughts and your feelings of these finals and how it's going over on social media and jumping in onto the conversation using the hashtag PMPL. You find us through on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, or also on TikTok. Zute, the first game has been given over to Conqueror Iraq. Close one through from YaLLa, but not quite enough.
Yeah, not enough for YaLLa. And the thing is, though, we talk about the momentum. Conqueror Iraq definitely has that momentum, but if we look at the other top teams, right, like YaLLa, Twisted Minds, Rico Infinity, I think all of them played that pretty well. So maybe they didn't get the chicken, but I think they are quite happy with the way they played the match out. Of course, Twisted Minds, they took that push with Conqueror Iraq. It didn't work out, but it was a decisive decision. And I feel like that's what's going to drive the momentum for some of the more experienced teams, just knowing they did the right thing and it just didn't happen to play out in their favor. They could do the right thing and the next game is coming up and maybe next time it'll work out, but it's going to keep that drive and that momentum up for those top teams.
Yeah, I think also some of those other teams that we were looking at, and to look back at the beginning of this tournament, were KAMIKAZE and Stalwart both looking fairly strong in their own right versus the Super Weekends, but they have begun to slightly fall off. Can they redeem themselves? Because this first game is looking more like what we've seen recently.
Mm-hmm. Also, Triple D, that big question mark that we want to touch on. Well, after one game, yes, sure, it's only one game. The problem is, though, with Triple D, we've seen this happen before in the league days where they don't even qualify for the Super Weekend. And I believe you said it yourself. They're either really good or they're do really bad. And the fact that they only got 1 point in the first match, this could signify which type of Triple D we might be seeing coming into the rest of the finals. I know it's really early to say, but given Triple D's, past performances, I wouldn't be all too surprised.
Yeah, I wouldn't be all too surprised myself either, but I think definitely Triple D, we are hopeful here, Zute, that we get the better looking Triple D back in that second Super Weekend, where they were averaging, as we said, that 10.3 points per game. And I think also to be said, it was a surprise through on that first page. We got a little teaser through from Dunak, who, as we said earlier in that game too, averaging about the 7-point mark, but it was the northern side to clarify that they got 6 elimination points off of those fighting coming down into the zone. Now, had they also had a game where they were slightly better position, not being third party by 1 million, had a better setup closer in onto that zone, they also could have been in 1 million's position. And that was, I think, the exciting part about that first match. We saw a lot of fighting, we also saw a lot of potential, but now it's more about the efficiency getting it onto those zones. That's what I want to see here on Miramar, because all of these teams are looking ready, despite how they may have looked overall in those points.
And I feel like that first game might be a nice warm-up for Miramar, because we did end up in a very high, hilly terrain, very, reminiscent of a lot of the terrains on Miramar. And that Erangel game, it was not one that we see commonly played out in Erangel. Like, we talk about the Lumberyard a lot. I know Imperium has told me one of his favorite zones is around that Lumberyard, and every time I cast it with him, we never got to see one. So that game, a little bit, interesting for the players to play out on Erangel, but the top teams did still pull it out. I think we saw all the top teams, towards the end game. Maybe some of them not finishing as high as they might have wanted, but now with this being Miramar, teams will definitely want to look for not just a high finish, but also the high ground, because we know how important it is to get those high ground positions when it comes to certain zones on Miramar.
Oh yeah, so the information is power when it comes to Miramar, and that's what these teams are going to be looking for, especially a zone here that is going to start us off on a map here, should I say, with a plane path on the northern end in towards those crater fields. More of those northern side of Miramar, where it is going to be more sporadic based on the landscape of it's how high or how low it is going to be. Now, the first phase zone, depending on where that goes, will say a lot more of the picture of these teams, but I think it is going to change up a little bit of the playstyle of some of these teams who like to drop down towards the very south side of Los Leones, maybe down towards Chumacera, Minister Val. We do see teams like 1Million, for example, changing their drop spot from Valdemar back up to Al Azahar as their secondary.
Yeah, this is a very northern plane path, but teams should be able to get to where they want to go still with no problem. A lot of different car spawns heading down south, and with that first circle being thrown up on the screen, it's going to really favor the teams that jumped out early and don't have to go too far. So we might see a lot of teams be able to get positioning in the first zone, in the key positions that they want to. And as for the teams that are dropping out later on the plane path and potentially having to drive to their loot positions, they're going to be coming in way later than they would like to.
Still, the zone got up towards that northern side is going to be the question of, do these teams decide to make those early rotations up back in onto the northern side, because it is going to be more sporadic, particularly on this first zone. There's not going to be as many cities or many buildings as potentially some of that more south side to it. It is going to be, as we said coming into it, about those high hills, quite literally in this first phase. And I think the big stopper is going to be, I think, again, 963 in their position on that northern side, stopping a lot of those teams coming in from El Pozo, those rotations across that roadside. Similarly, also, you could argue around that more churchyard also.
Conqueror Iraq looking to keep that momentum from game number 1, trying to find that elimination, but I would have gone for that elimination personally. He is being suppressed, of course, by Lathe, and from the audio cues alone, he wouldn't know it's a Winchester being shot at him. Not feeling confident enough, though. Or let's actually, let me rephrase that. Not feeling reckless enough to go for a potential 1 elimination point on his own, because he would be put in a 1v2 situation pretty much. And given the zone being so favorable for this Conqueror Iraq team, it might have factored in with the equation when it comes to looting and just rotating into a high ground position, because the center of the zone are those mountains right above Minas Generalis, and we've seen Conqueror Iraq take those positions time and time again when the zone permits it.
Still, Conqueror Iraq, though, they are going to be that other stopper, as we said, coming in, Zute. They've got the position right over there when it comes to that more churchyard, the graveyard itself, and expecting him to move back a little bit as this zone begins to develop, as they finish off their looting phase, look more towards those high hills. We do actually see Groza position over on Minas Generalis itself. Now, the other teams really we're looking at are those more flanking teams also from the coastal line that we've not talked about, that being Triple D out of Impala and also Stalwart from Puerto Parisio. We've not seen really as much fighting as we would have maybe seen in the past over here, but with this game in particular, I think there's going to be an onus, particularly teams like NASR of Revolution, to maybe try to sneak their way around this coastal line and also utilize that, and therein lies those potential fights.
The wrapping rotations will definitely come into play with this one. Rotating down the roadside, more central of the circle. Like you mentioned, there's a lot of key positions that could easily be gate kept out of those road positions. So a lot of teams might, try and circumvent that, and fights might end up engaging on the outskirts of the circle. Also, given the plane path, teams that dropped around, the plane path early on is all going to centralize on those higher key positions, and then all the teams that dropped late, that's also all going to be rotating late around the same time. We might just see a lot of fights on the very first circle on the outskirts, and then a lot of teams just centralized holding the different key positions. First circle, though, is slowly starting to close. But like most Miramar games, not much action just of yet. It won't be until the later stages of the circles where we will really get to see those high ground positions come into play. And just as I say that, 9-6 getting kind of caught out. He does have a teammate supporting him, though, in the close ranks.
9-6-3 looking further in. RTG2 looks for the nade. The two-piece. Oh, he gets what it leaves. No, sir. Looks for the second. He grabs it. And it's so quick, so darn beautiful. Through for 9-6-3. And now Zuxi looks for the third. They look to finish off at least one. Go upstairs and get the upstairs member. Eliminate out two. And now the revive back on. 9-6-3. Just a clinic onto RTG Esports KURDSQUAD, and again another match where RTG are looking dire.
What a beautiful grenade. Also, but not just the grenade itself, he got pushed by the team and he hopped out of the building, but he didn't hop down to the ground where he would make audio cues. He hopped out the window and stayed on the ledge. Not just that, he stayed on the ledge side that his teammate was able to support. So beautifully done by that solo player holding down that compound. And I think that is a key decision that he made that, you know, plays perfectly into how to play position solo. You know, you want to be able to hold down a position by yourself, but disengage in a way where your teammates can support you and you can keep yourself alive. And just the icing on the cake, that grenade, he cooked it on the side of the building, dropped down, and right before the enemies could react, he tossed it right in. Got the opening knock for the team, potentially got 2 knocks because I didn't quite catch who got the second knock, but instantly it was a 2 knocks onto RTG, and well, it was just a piece of cake from there on for 9-6-3, picking up a quick 3 elimination points.
RTG as well, though, going to make a big mistake here as Rico Infinity just wrap over him and happy ended up patron. Gotta hope that they pick the right building and Rico don't suss him out because it's a dangerous game. Staying in the city, in the main city of that inside of the zone. Volt, it shows the manner. I'm not sure that's the right decision, though. That is, quite frankly, one of the most obvious locations that they could go towards. And Volt may be in a 1v4 situation now as Rico Infinity, they look to surface up and stay inside this manor. Also, on the other side, find him. Prestige doesn't get caught, goes for the first, doesn't even find it, and it is a disastrous match once more for RTG.
Ooh. If you're gonna hide somewhere, do not hide in Hacienda, because that's Rico Infinity's house, and he was definitely not invited. RTG, another disastrous game, like you said. Going out so early, too, in each of these games, that does not bode well for the mental. That just leaves more time, pretty much, for the team to just seep in the fact that they made mistakes, and there's not much more to it. If they were to stagger, you know, their finishes between game 1 and game 2, maybe they have something more to talk about, something to focus on, something to improve. But with this one, it's just like one and done, one after another. So RTG, that mental is going to be challenged coming into the rest of the games today and the next 2 days for the finals. But the circle does shift up north. We do have that huge intersecting roadway, which allows for easy rotations for now, before more of those roadsides are taken up by these teams.
Second phase going quite high up. Also, more pressure, though, on the fights, on the rotations coming in through from the south side. Revolution also going to be engaging shortly, potentially here with Dunak. I think for Dunak, the probably wiser decision would just be to look further into the zone. La Bandita, maybe a stronger position to hold here, closer towards that blue side, but maybe looking to hold on. Use still the act of surprise, despite that being that Hero Reef does lie very far away from the rest of their team, so to open fire now, with Revolution beginning to surround them, would not be the better decision, which is why Reef does not fire.
if Reef were to fire, that might just cause an engagement between the two teams, and then they're just gridlocked into Los Leones, far out of the zone. So wise decision indeed. I'm looking at the minimap. Many of the teams didn't move too much. The teams centralized on that earlier circle because we did kind of get, even though it was a northern shift, it was pretty central. Not much of the terrain has changed with that second circle. The key positions from Circle 1 are still pretty much in play coming into Circle 2. So the teams are still locking down their splits. Looking at 963, Rico Infinity, and Falcon, we pretty much have a monopoly over the center of the circle split between them three and the splits that they're doing.
There's a lot of onus though on this more, you could argue, gridlocked here position on this northern side too, where you have Falcons overlooking that junction in between all of those roads where they connect, and a big position there going to be for a lot of those teams rotating up towards them. And can Falcons then, with another, again, 2-2 split, look to try to hold that? Because it's a bold 2-2 split here coming from them on that northern side, considering that it is going to be such an aggressive spot later on, especially if Phase 3 does go up northern side as that blue zone does close in.
Teams on the edge right now rotating into this second circle, going into Circle 3 on the eastern side. Triple D and 1million very close to one another, and also Stalwart rotating in from the eastern side. This is what we were predicting. The outskirts of the zones is where we're going to most likely see the fights early on, and like we predicted, the center of the circle, the teams moved here very early, established their ground control, established their territories. They're almost just coexisting with one another. But it's the teams on the outskirts that are fighting. KAMIKAZE taking a fight with YaLLa. Beautiful knock onto Ragnar. That was a key positional knock as Ragnar was holding that high ground onto the KAMIKAZE team. But it's not over yet for the KAMIKAZE. They're still at a disadvantage position-wise, even though they got the opening knock.
Ooh, and as powerful goes down, KAMIKAZE look to open back up, and they miss. They're knocked back onto Aziz. He had a single digits of health remaining, but the first aid brings him back up to fruition, and as powerful looks to be eliminated out. YaLLa, they lose their position, and as the zone, even there, also goes up towards the northern side, more pressure here on also YaLLa to be able to hold this, or rather just escape back to that zone in Phase 3, which has shifted up so high up towards the north. Revolution in that northern side also striking and knocked down onto Triple D too.
YaLLa could rotate here with that northern shift, but they realize how much of an advantage they have position-wise. They want to go for these elimination points, but Dunak also peeking their heads over, maybe just looking to rotate through here, but they spot out that smoke and they're like, oh, something's going on here. We might just want to leave this one alone, and I think that's the better idea, because if they engage, YaLLa would be even happier to have that positional advantage over not just one team, but two. Now, KAMIKAZE, they did not have a great game in the first one, and YaLLa had a really stellar game, but you can see here, all of these teams are still deadly regardless of the results from game to game. KAMIKAZE, I thought they were pretty much going to be, snuffed out with YaLLa holding all the angles in the high ground, but they managed to take down one of YaLLa, and now trying to leave this trap that YaLLa has set up. YaLLa wants to take revenge for Powerful though, and not just that, confirm these elimination points.
YaLLa still holding, as he said. They've got a blue zone. They're playing a brave game though. Lost now, Powerful. KAMIKAZE all in one vehicle though. What are they doing? As 2 goes down, it's so free for Sanji as he looks for the final one. Offman inside the blue. They know they can hunt it away. Offman has got nowhere to hide, and KAMIKAZE, a rookie error, brings them to their end.
Ooh. KAMIKAZE definitely doing a KAMIKAZE right there when they decided to put all 4 in their vehicle. They tried to do what they could though, trying to get out of that sticky situation. At that point, it's better to just take the fight. You already got the one elimination. And speaking about taking the fight, Twisted Minds taking a massive fight with Nigma Galaxy. Now, Nigma Galaxy has done better than the Twisted Minds overall in points, but when it comes to fighting, we know that is where Nigma Galaxy lacks. Twisted Minds,
Oh,
2 of their players
no.
knocked, so Nigma Galaxy does... Oh! Just as I say that, Nigma Galaxy nades one of their own teammates, and now it's back to a 2v2. What is going on with Nigma Galaxy? As they almost get that lock, though, Nord was about to give that advantage back over to their side. Ralph going for that revive. Rokus not yet being revived. So Nigma Galaxy still have the advantage in this fight.
Twisted Minds inside the building. Having the chance to reset here, but Nigma, they also got a chance to reset, climb up on the boxes. Nigma Galaxy Ralph doesn't throw that one quite correctly, and Kaito now has the high ground over here. The rest of Nigma. 2 nades almost sent him packing. But that was crucial when he stays alive. Kaito now able to heal back up, but the pressure downstairs as Vigors will be silenced away. Ralph finds one nade back, going to miss away as the smoke instead. That's not going to do the damage you look for, but it does stop Lord in his tracks. Ralph from one end, looks for the second. Yes, he does. He gets to confirm elimination across, and it's downstairs disaster for Twisted Minds, and there goes the upstairs problem too. Down to 14.
It's not over yet, though. Rico Infinity, another heavy hitter, smelling blood here, going for that third party. I love to see the top teams get engaged on these third parties. Rico Infinity, with 3 eliminations already, looking to pick up 2 more onto the Nigma Galaxy side, and this is a big contender for that top position. I know we're only 1 game in, but we know how dangerous Nigma Galaxy is if you don't eliminate them out early. Habodi in a 1v4 situation gets 1, gets 2 there, maybe the 3rd one, but Rico Infinity cleaned that one out in the 3rd party. Beautifully done by the Rico Infinity side.
They clear out as well, a position towards that western end of the zone completely for themselves. YaLLa, yes, they'll rotate there eventually to, I assume, the same position there as Rico Infinity Esports just third-partied, but they, more crucially over here, Nigma have the time to reset, have the time to regain control. It's more of this eastern side, though, where the pressure has begun to bubble and boil over. It is still Falcons, yes, in the center controlling the zone, but it is not amongst here as much all of these other teams.
Rico Infinity control that western side like you mentioned, but it's not just any western side. They control a lot of hills and pretty much high ground in that western area of the zone, so if no other teams really contest them for that position, they're looking good as long as the circle doesn't hard shift to the east. Some very long range shots being taken out there onto the CONQUEROR Iraq side. Currently the 1st place team after getting the chicken dinner in the very first match. They are in a very precarious situation, though, as they are on the low ground. They're just on the edge of the zone. Minimap coming up on the screen as 963 take a fight with 1million over a southern shack. I think this is a 1v1 as 1million throws that Molotov, immediately goes back out, but the Molotov is spreading everywhere else but the enemy player that was intended, and Messi goes for that quick peek and gets the secured finish onto the other team.
It was a messy fight, but 963, they get over the top of it. CONQUEROR get the revive back up too, and now beat bus over. 4-man push through the blue, but Smoker through the smoke looks to stop them. Strikes down potentially 1 with a help of 963. Cannot find Calico. Looks for number 2, but a beat bus not good enough. 3-0. Not so fortunate. Grozer almost exploded where he stands, and now the final one. Here, Rever, to do justice over, gets behind the hillside. At least 2 for CONQUEROR is crucial, but you can see the blue zone is still for the 3rd here. Grozer, even more pressure as they have now more vehicle to cross.
Revolution. They're also getting pressured by Stalwarts on the high ground above them. So they have to make a decision here, and with that zone shift, it makes sense to take this fight with CONQUEROR, but CONQUEROR has managed to get a full reset. And the momentum that Revolution had for a split second when they got the knock is suddenly gone. That's why we talk about you have to make key decisive decisions fast. Any slower, the better teams will manage to stabilize. Revolution, now the team at the disadvantage, getting picked apart. Revolution down to 1, and CONQUEROR Iraq. It looked like they were about to falter and completely get eliminated, but now they're back up to 4. And they have the zone right next to them as well.
no idea how CONQUEROR were able to get out of that one, but they snaked their way out of it. Out of 9-6-3-2, but not so easily perhaps here, Stalwart. But it is not them inside the zone either. They need to move further in, and with Revolution, they're still not out yet. QHT one knock against him may have just given his position away. He's trying the 1v4, but you can see the blue zone still tickling him down, and it's not great enough. As Easy will be the one to finish him off and look for the potentially the revive here, but it costs him the time, and now because of that knock, that double through from the help of QHT, it actually aids here CONQUEROR to get in onto the zone 2 and buys them even more time to get into a position that's worthwhile.
Revolution really helping out the CONQUEROR team. Revolution could have been the Grim Reaper, the ending for CONQUEROR, but instead they let them live, and then they whittle down Stalwarts, which is the next most, threatening team against CONQUEROR Iraq's position. CONQUEROR Iraq did finish one member of the Stalwart side, so it will be only a 3-man team that they have to deal with the high ground. CONQUEROR Iraq, they clutched it out in the first game, and it's just small moments like that. That's all CONQUEROR Iraq needs. Just one, you give them an inch, and they'll take a mile when it comes to teams that are experienced and synergized.
Rudder's zone, where's it gonna go? All the way over to Rad, and Rad had been blessed from the PUBG Mobile Gods in his second match as it goes into their shack, but also along that roadside. A beautiful quick rotation here from Rico Infinity Esports. The star will go down to secure that hillside here. So they get the high ground, and they're not going to be able to get in the high ground, but we stop the wider rotations like this coming out of NASR.
Holy, Rico Infinity at 10 elimination points already. We were so focused on the eastern side that Rico Infinity has swept and cleared out the majority of the western circle. I mentioned it earlier, you give them that western side, they get all of the western high ground as well, and they utilized it to great effect. 10 eliminations already, and 4 strong, and they get the zone. This is going to be a huge game for Rico, and we're seeing why Rico Infinity finished first place overall by near 100-point lead onto the second place team.
But look at the spray, it's beautiful through from Delhap, and with CONQUEROR there too, they blow up NASR Esports where they stand down into the 5th position. They almost blew up Rico Infinity too, but Prestige is there to be helped by Ida and their now Bandar to overlook Rad, but that almost sniper shot through from the final member of CONQUEROR. KAMIKAZE not quite finished yet in this match.
KAMIKAZE, the clutch player from match number 1. Can he do something magical one more time? Hitting those nice headshots, but the level 3 helmet stopping him short from getting the knock. Forced to rotate in, but everybody has their eyes set at them. Brad looking to pick up KAMIKAZE. Same with Rico Infinity. As KAMIKAZE gets another knock, though, onto the Rico Infinity side, but it is traded out. KAMIKAZE putting a valiant last stand. We're down to 3 teams, one of which is Falcon, who has been medding in the blue, and they've medded long enough to sneak on by to try and rotate into this next circle. Potentially might not get found out, but it will most likely come down to a 4v4 between the Rod and Rico Infinity side. Falcon might play spoiler to the Rico Infinity team, though.
Rico Infinity Esports gifted the zone as well. They managed to get their position over into the hillside. Hold the high ground. Rad still to push away. It's Falcons, the extra solo here. It needs to be the upset, but it's not going to be the case. Prestige finds it in his 13 now for Rico Infinity Esports. What a game it's going to be for Rico to solidify their position on top of this leaderboard once more. It's only Rad who can stop them. It's Rad gifted the next zone. It is Rico who have to move in. And this is now the testament to how good are Rico. Can they unbind here the sticky situation that they found themselves in?
I love this circle shift. This is the perfect test to see how good a team actually is. When a team has to push into a compound with the defending team with all the advantages. A stellar team, however, on the aggression side will be able to lock down and centralize key points. But actually, this is more of a haphazard full send, I feel like. But Rico Infinity, their gun skills just at another level. Where was the support on the wall side? Rad should have known and prepared grenades, prepared more support on the wall. They get a trade back, however, and now it's a 1-for-1 knock.
1-for-1, but it's straight back here for Prestige, down 2 at least, coupled by the extra support by Rad finally. Desha now on the outside, the front smoke here. Beautiful by Rad though to block out the sights from SK Ton. He can't fight in this fight itself, but Bandar's too good, and they find the shots anyways. Rico was a beautiful final finish through from them. It all came off here, Zute, from that initial split where they broke apart after landing in the compound to put 2 points of immediate pressure on the solo of Rad.
Yeah, it's the smokes came into effect. They smoked off one side of that wall. So we saw one of the team members of Rod not being able to support the wall, even though they had 2 people at the wall. I still feel like Rod was not prepared for that defense. We saw when that buggy crashed in, sure, SK Ton had the overwatch, he had the cover, but the immediate retaliation was not there. The player, no grenades were, pre-cooked or ready to be thrown. No players had the wall sightlines set up, and if anything, Rico Infinity took the initiative and got the first opening knock, and that was all it took for a team like Rico Infinity's caliber to close out the fight.
Look, Rico, they redeemed themselves to get the second game chicken dinner in Rico fashion, but I think also it's the eliminations that they were able to bring through with that, Zute. They must have got at least 17, yes it was, through on the top 32-point game from them.
Ooh. Just like that, Rico Infinity looking to create the same lead that they might have had in the Super Weekends. Now, game number 1, right? Rico Infinity didn't get that many points, but I said the way they played game number 1, they made all the correct decisions. They played really well as a team. In some games, you just can't win them all. This time around, Rico Infinity, they made all the same correct decisions and how to play the zones. And the zones, I wouldn't even say favored them, right? The zones were just less harsh by a small degree. And that's all Rico Infinity needed to run away with the game, with the chicken dinner, and also 17 elimination points, just completely overshadowing how all the other teams did.
It completely shattered, though, the rest of us all through from Rad and Code down on that first page. But it's the second page here too, Zute. Another series of surprises from other teams this time, that being Twisted Minds, a 1-point match for them. And also Nigma Galaxy, they're unfortunate, yes, losing out to the third party of Rico, but at least we're able to pick up those 3 elimination points from a messier fight versus Twisted Minds themselves.
Yeah, the only thing I could say about Nigma Galaxy, even though they won that fight with Twisted Minds, it might have been able to be finished up earlier, in which case they might have been able to reset and defend that push, and maybe third might even have come through if Nigma Galaxy had finished that fight a little bit quicker. Of course, they were fighting Twisted Minds, though, one of the stronger teams when it comes to those team fights, so putting up a good resistance did cause Nigma Galaxy to falter. As far as the other teams are concerned, though, on this lower half, we see a lot of repeat appearances from game 1 and game 2 on the second half of the leaderboard.
Yeah, beginning to see a picture here, Zute, of some of these teams who need to do a little bit more when it comes to those points overall. Again, Triple D down there alongside, of course, KAMIKAZE, Stalwart also not having the greatest of matches too when it comes to those overall side of things. 1Million as well down there after their good first performance. But it is to the performance also of, I think, Rad, when you see even gifted a position. I want to go back to this fight because they should have won that chicken dinner. And to see them fall down, despite how perfectly executed they were on teams like NASR, very surprising we weren't ready for such an easy defense, I would have argued.
It was in their favor when it comes to the defense, but this just goes to show the high level caliber of Rico Infinity, right? Like, even if you put a better team in Raz's position, Rico Infinity took everything within their control. And I would almost say when a team that is aggressive, that's really good, I almost want to say they have the advantage over a defensive team because they get to make the initial move. And as long as they make the initial move correctly with everything set up correctly, they kind of do get the say in how the fight goes in on the very beginning. And that's pretty much what we saw. There were a lot of gaps in the defensive rod. I will say that they could have played that defense better, but you play that fight out, 5 times out of 6 out of 7. I think Rico Infinity would have came out on top.
I think they would have for sure, but as we check out the best of moments from that second game, there's also, as much as those beautiful plays, a few mistakes here, a few warm-up errors from some of these teams. Something that being, of course, is 4-man in the vehicle from KAMIKAZE, quite unexplainable, undefensible, quite frankly.
Yeah, they did pull up in more vehicles initially. Maybe they just felt too pressured by that blue zone, which at the time didn't do that much damage, so they could have been a little more patient with it. Maybe have a few players run back, some other players cover the angles. But that is definitely a learning moment for them. Nigma Galaxy right there doing a valiant stand against the side of Rico Infinity, but it did not work out.
And for KONQUEROR as well here, also Zute, they got a freebie. They got a bypass through from Revolution. Revolution helping Stalwart take them out, and then KONQUEROR getting in a great position towards the end. You cannot forget also that it was Gallagher surviving to the 4th position. Then also, of course, Falcons getting that 3rd position, despite this final fight going between the 2 main teams of the final zone. So there is still points to be had, and it's still, interestingly enough, his position points and overall points given to these teams like Falcons, like KONQUEROR, who didn't do horribly in that first game, who will also be up there equally with Rico Infinity, with these other teams like Rad on that leaderboard.
I do imagine Rico Infinity, though, with that chicken and 17 eliminations and with an okay first game, they are most likely first overall. But you're absolutely right. KONQUEROR Iraq with 2 consistent games, or not even consistent. The first game, they got their own chicken, but with a decent finish and high finish on the second game, it does keep things rather close. So Rico Infinity, they still got more work to do if they want to pull that lead. And we'll see after a short break just what Rico Infinity will do in the very next match.
We're back here, 2 games down, 4 more to go here at PMPL Arabia Finals. And of course, if you are wondering, well, who's the most beautiful, fairest of them all? It's not us. It's down there below the Operator 6 series with upgraded performance and upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Operator 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East, and Africa Esports 2022. If you are loving what you're seeing now and want to see more, well, let us know, because it's down there in the conversations on social media using the hashtag PMPL on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, or TikTok as well. Zute, we have had now CONQUEROR, we've had Rico Infinity, grab our own chicken dinners. Sanhok, going to be slightly different opportunity though, as we take a look here at the overall rankings to see how it's fed up past those first 2 games, however.
Oh man, Rico Infinity and CONQUEROR neck and neck right now. 2 points separating these 2 teams. But of course, YaLLa and Rod, I wouldn't say close behind, but it is only 1 game's difference when it comes to points. We do see that drop off between 44 down to 26. But from 26 down onwards, it is quite close between all of the teams.
Yeah, for sure. When you look down towards those teams, Twisted Minds, who I think ONEMILLION Esports, NASR still coming up on the rear of that first page where it is all to be had. But as you said, there is that beginning of teams beginning to lead in those standings. However, on the opposite end of things, on that second page, it's 9th down to 16th Nigma Galaxy. Only 8 points after those first 2 games. Dunak picking up a lot of their points in the first game with those 6 elimination points and only 1 point gained in that second game. But it's even worse for teams like Stalwart, Triple D, KAMIKAZE, RTG Esports, particularly, who have had 2 16th position finishes over our first 2 matches so far.
And one question that I have to ask, though, is Nigma Galaxy. They're on that second page, but is this just what Nigma Galaxy, of course, they don't intend to be on that second page, but is this just typical of Nigma Galaxy? We always see them, start off really slow, and then coming into the last day, or maybe the second to have last day, during the finals of everything, they start picking things back up. So is that what you're kind of predicting for the Nigma Galaxy team?
I hope not, though, Zute. I mean, it's, to be fair, a good assumption, because they are a team that do tend to warm up, right? We've seen them in the first week. They look fairly shaky. Now in the second week, slightly better. Third week was their best week. But considering that we've only got 18 games, so Zute, you are looking at them starting off strong in 8 points. It's not the most horrible out of all of our 16 teams so far, but it's not where, as you said, they wanted to be, and they're still very far from the top now with Rico Infinity, a big game through for them. Also, Rad having a bigger lead now, up to 46 points in that first position. But it's Sanhok, they can change all so much of that, if any map can, for Nigma Galaxy. All so dangerous too, with a northern here playing path to start us off.
A very northern pain path. This might actually cause some teams to fight earlier on than expected, especially when it comes to Sanhok. See a lot of teams stretching towards that southwestern region. A huge pack of parachutes actually coming out. Might see some altercations there. And as far as the Nigma Galaxy team is concerned, I will have to say that second game, there was not much more they could have done. They won their fight, but they just got third-partied. And in the first game, they did have a nice position, but maybe they just did not expect the circle to be constantly shifted on them in a way where 2 teams eventually pincered them in. So, similar to how I mentioned with the Rico Infinity team, they did everything correct. Nigma Galaxy, they more or less did, the first 2 games correctly, and it was just unfortunate circumstance that led them, with those lower finishes. So maybe Nigma Galaxy is on the right track still. Maybe not by the means of points, but by the way they are playing.
I am just so confused by that split through from Revolution. Look at that split through from Morved all the way on to the side of ONEMILLION Esports. A very brave position. Now, 1Million also opting not to go up towards Cow, a change as well in their spot. So potentially Rex caught out here by a new change in 1Million because 1Million used to drop down in towards that Cow side, but it was actually the Mind Weapon IKURD who aren't here in the finals who used to challenge him and come out on top. Now that other one really being there, that other northern side, the third party, also a problem from 1Million Esports, but instead, as we say, we've chosen to go more towards the south side and more of, I think they know that someone is in that building.
Mm-hmm. There's another potential 1v1 between Dunak and Twisted Minds. Dunak doing a very wide split, dropping into Twisted Mind territory. It's quite interesting to see. It's almost like these teams aren't familiar with each other's splits and drops. And if anything, in the Super Weekends, we saw no teams really fight before, besides like a dedicated hot drop 4v4. And here's that 1v1 I mentioned. Lath versus Rokus here, and Rokus, he's actually just trying to stall. Ooh, just as I say, he's trying to stall out the fight for support. He takes, yeah, he definitely did not need to take that challenge. He took it all. He did. Yeah, he took it all in.
Way too much.
Yeah, he does go down. Rokus, was it Rokus that went down? I think, yeah, whoever went down, they could have just ran away because he had teammates very close by. And on the side of Dunak, his support is like at least 1,000+ meters away. So that was definitely a mistake out of the Twisted Mind player. And I do think it was indeed Rokus.
Yeah, now live, you have to keep in mind too, as you said, 1,000 meters. They're not even on the same island. It's a completely separate island here. For Twisted Minds have been held off for now in the 1v1. Potentially, Twisted Minds thinking here that there may have been a second player of Dunak around, so not willing to really go for the fight, judging by this change in the way that Dunak have split so boldly in the early stages. 1Million, the only one else to confirm another kill here against Rex from Revolution, and that split also not working out for them.
Triple D taking a fight with Rod here in the Ruins area. Looks like Rod did take the Ruins itself, the temple building, and Triple D dropped in 4 positions all around it, pretty much surrounding the Rod team. This might have been a calculated drop out of Triple D coming into the finals to maybe secure some early points onto Rod for the map of Sanhok, and it's working out so far. They have one, maybe picking up 2 here with that grenade. Grenade flies a little bit too far. Safe doesn't know exactly where Desha is.
Rod still holding bow, not willing to go up for. Finally goes down into the Ruins, and this is risky because the position here for Rod, as you said, yes, is inside the Ruins itself. But by locking themselves into the Ruins, Triple D just have to wait, and they have to only play patiently to try punish here the moment that Rod begin to navigate outside of the safety of that Ruins temple itself.
Desha stuck right now, trying to do all that he can to make it back to his teammate. You see his HP bar down to red, and Safe does find the angle, but it wasn't just Safe, it was 3 members of Triple D trying to look for that angle onto the Rod player. And Rod, now that they're down to 2, question is, does Triple D push this? Triple D have had only 2 points, if I'm not mistaken, after 2 games, and just with 2 elimination points in the very first, couple minutes of the Sanhok match, they've doubled their points. They might as well go for 2 more in a 4v2 situation. My opinion, they should definitely take this.
You could also argue, though, that they're playing it a little bit safer. They've lost 2 games of opportunity to those Ute, so they don't want to lose a third. They know they've got this in the bag. Rad, they have nowhere to run. And it will be a slow, I think, choke out here of Triple D just surrounding and waiting for Rad. Because keep in mind, they are on the edge of that zone. They will have to move eventually. And Triple D, they know this all too well. NASR, the other one's though snaking, and this time above Stalwart on their route. Usually here a standard rotation for NASR, but Stalwart in a way, no problem for for Hassan, though. Just eliminates 1 for 3.
This is what NASR is doing that I want to see Triple D do. Take the push, take the fight to them. It is Sanhok after all. When you get that advantage, go for those eliminations as quickly as you can before the third party comes out. Now this area of the map isn't dead center, so they don't have to worry about a third party. NASR, one of them gets knocked. I know Stalwart's on the defense, but they don't have to be pressured into the defense. Once they get that knock, they could change the aggression to be the offensive team and take out NASR. I don't want to see NASR get a free revive here, because then nothing changes for the Stalwarts team. It goes back to a 4v3.
And as well, Twisted Minds are undoubtedly hearing this fight go off with the nades with such a prolonged position. And as a result, Twisted Minds could also come out for that third party the moment we see those information in those kill feed begin to take place. The Stalwarts is still holding, though. Not going to give the inch over. Try to push back, and they find one. It's Bankid, but it's straight back onto Easy. Another one, though, for Bankid. Izzy holds the line for a 2v1, so crucial, and Batika cannot find a shot.
Oh.
Barely gets it in the 1-on-1, but he's got no HP left, and he gets in behind the wall. Looks for the surprise, potentially, with the help now of also Miracle. They nailed it at the top. No, they're going to try full auto spray, but Vankid goes behind the door, but it's not enough. The door goes down, and so does Vankid. Stalwart just brutalized, and I think Stalwart not really ready in that fight. You could see, despite that 2-on-1 for Vankid, it still felt very disjunctions.
That's exactly why I was saying, when they got that first initial opening knock, making it a 3v3, go aggressive. Don't just let them get the revive for free, because otherwise you're just constantly waiting for them to make the move first, the aggressive team to make the move. And unless if the aggressive team messes up themselves, most likely you will lose that fight. And that is exactly how it played out. Now, Twisted Minds, you mentioned may want a third party. That you see Dami did move a little bit closer to get info potentially, but with that new circle shift, they are going to have a few more teams rotating around them, and they might not want to make too much noise.
Yeah, rotation is going to be fairly standard for this shift. It's going to be very unknown where we're going to go in this game just yet. So teams like Revolution going to hold up in boot camp, assuming teams also like 1 million going to move down from that coastal line. Similar story through from Dunak, I imagine, cross over that bridge later on if they're quick enough. If not, go across the ocean side, or otherwise down towards their L compound may also be the option for that later rotation to avoid out potential teams. Although for them, although we know it's free, could be more risky as a decision overall.
YaLLa, really close by to the likes of, I believe that is RTG. RTG with 2 really terrible games. I almost want to question, seeing the results of another team having, really bad games back to back, do you almost want to, be a little more confident in taking a fight with them? And this being Sanhok, YaLLa should be very familiar with what teams rotate close around them, because the rotations on this map, very limited. It pretty much is predetermined based on where teams will drop and which circles come up. So YaLLa should know this is RTG, even though they have not made, contact just yet when it comes to the kill feed.
However, it works both ways, Suter. YaLLa have also been dropping in around bootcamp for the last 6 months as an organization, so it is no surprise to see teams also try to challenge YaLLa, because most of the times that YaLLa, particularly last year, were challenged in a bootcamp, it didn't work out well for YaLLa. So RTG Esports, maybe trying to bring back a page in the history books as they push on into YaLLa. Ragnarvo holding behind the line of the rocks. It's going to be too difficult here for RTG to come a bit further out in onto more of that open lake, and you can see YaLLa have a wide span over it. So instead, I assume here RTG is going to hold the position, because they are very centered in this zone, and they do have to worry about teams coming from their behind too.
RTG was being shot at by the Rico Infinity team from distance too. Rico Infinity with not the clearest of sightlines, so it's just a few taps here and there. Nothing too pressing for the RTG side, but that probably does make them want to reconsider pushing YaLLa. So we see RTG circumvent YaLLa actually by just crossing and rotating in and cutting into the more central zone. Now, Circle Shift is about to head on out. Teams not really fighting just yet. It's more of a slower burn when it comes to Sanhok, and then all the aggression and fights come out. KAMIKAZE definitely have an idea that there is a team here. You see how cautious they are when it comes to pressing over the top of the hill.
I'm not sure what happened to QHT there in the kill feeds. No one was around him, but we just lost one for Revolution, so they're down to 2 members overall. Feels bad man for them inside boot camp. As they're going to hold it potentially. It's dependent on where this zone goes if they have to stay here in around boot camp. Dunak are also going to be crossing over that bridge side, but into the blue zone. A slightly later rotation through from this 1 million hold that coastal line. In the zone goes away from him, although down towards the south side and chords that quarry area. Now, NASR, a big potential position for them here. Yes, 963 also control the quarry side, Zute, but is more centralized here on NASR's side.
That circle does cause a lot of issues for a lot of teams, though, because the whole northern half is those hillsides, and those hillsides have long sight lines, which will cause many teams to be pressed back. And then, of course, on the low ground, it is just dominated by the compounds, which are all already occupied. It's going to be tough for many of these teams to figure out their way in. As Nigma Galaxy, they're just going to edge in onto the very side. And whenever we're on Nigma Galaxy,
Falcons rotating though too. Enigma Galaxy continuing through. Ralph beginning that rotation down into the third phase. It is ISO on NASR. Can they hold it as all of these teams do begin to rotate onto the compound into position? Yusuf strikes first onto the outpost tower. Falcon's going to take out the warehouse, and this leaves now fewer positions here, Zute, going later in onto this match, and for teams who are later in on the rotations to make an opportunity on in to this game here. It is still a lot of these teams to make it down into Quarry itself.
yeah, I believe my mic cut out for a second there. I apologize there, Highland, but I'm back right now. Back just in time before all the action plays out. I was just saying how Nigma Galaxy, anytime the camera's on them, you want to pay attention to the first aid count. The team notorious for doing the med strat on Sanhok. As many teams now rotating in. Revolution, down to 2 players, playing it a lot slower since they don't have the manpower to fight their way in, as Rico Infinity in the kill feed picking up some elimination points once again. 1 million with a nice little scout. Takes the top of the hill. It has been vacated by YaLLa, as YaLLa prefers to play more closer to the center of the circle and trying to control everything on the edge.
And for this region as a whole, they do like to play towards the center of that circle too, Zute. So, as we said, that's why the pressure is on those teams in towards Quarry. But I think equally, there's a lot of pressure on teams like RTG who are chosen slightly outside of that Quarry, that northern side. As we said, it's still very much a possibility to be able to be held by those teams. And that's why you see more of the cluster of teams being towards that northern side. Now, depending on where this zone goes, it's going to cause either a lot of aid to these teams know how to move, or it's going to be a lot of a hindrance if it goes down towards the south side. It goes instead towards this quarry. Oh. So even worse, you could argue, is a lot of this space is practically unplayable when you go towards the quarry itself. In that hillside, going to be very free, open opportunities for 963, for here also KAMIKAZE to redeem themselves with kills.
That is probably the worst circle shift possible in a zone like that. It's going to force so many teams to fight into unfavorable territory. Teams will have to either press into the high ground or press from the high ground into the low ground, but into compounds. So no teams is going to have an easy time making this way in. As Nigma Galaxy, however, they did a fast rotation with vehicles, and they're going to try and strategically just insert themselves into that western edge, which they do find a nice position. But Freak does get knocked And they're gonna have to commit to that fight with NASR if they want to make that revive. Unless Free can somehow crawl all the way back up to the top. And wow, Lord, with the laser right there, taking down a member of 963.
That was crucial as well, because 963 now, you look at it, they went to try find a revive onto Zuxi, but they lost a second. It's going to slow 963 down, as a lot of these other teams may look to go for their position further in. Now, it is more of his northern side. It's RTG, Nigma, who have the higher threat against them, the target on their head because of the nature in that zone and the position that they're at. It's a high ground for them, and they've got that position over the quarry, which is a big chunk of that zone, so open opportunities to catch those rotations. But another laser eye sight through from Lord, and it does strike down NASR once more as Ralph gets back in, but put back down. Revenge for 963, and because of this, Freak also now going to be dropped by NASR, and it's gone wrong for here, Nigma Galaxy in their push, looking for the molly, but it's just caught in the open hand here as Hassan so quickly takes down the third.
Just like that, Nigma Galaxy go from 4 players down to just 1. The idea was there, though, to get that revive and finish off the team, but the execution just slipped just a little bit. But any small mistakes can heavily punish a team, and now with Nigma Galaxy down to 1 player, with 43 still left in the game, it's not looking too good for Nigma Galaxy to try and have their Sanhok match be the game where they bounce back.
A lot, though, of those in the blue. You can see 4 teams already engulfed by it. Falcons, though, they're Rod as well, suffering the hardest. Is Rod going to be the first down? Triple D alongside those Falcons, looking for that position, but they're going to survive at least one more. Is Nigma Galaxy do full first? Their position gone out, kaput by YaLLa, but the zone goes high back north, and it's another brutal shift. At least it's outside of Quarry, but these teams, they all have to make it up. Heal on to KONQUEROR, and for KONQUEROR, we said it was great for kills for 963 and KAMIKAZE. Well, KONQUEROR, they have such an opportunity to steal away this game if they can hold their position.
Oh yeah, this is going to be a really good one for KONQUEROR. But of course, they also have side of Rico Infinity right above them as Triple D, next team to be eliminated out. Triple D, however, finished off this match with 5 total points, so doing a little bit better. Rico Infinity trying to survive in that shack, being shot at by the likes of RTG. Now, RTG still with 0 points, but at least they're making it more towards the later stages of the game. And as far as the next circle is concerned, they are in zone.
RTG, another big knock foe as they were trying to re-heal. YaLLa looks for the 1v1 versus Hopin, but Vito, the moment he steps out, he's knocked by Rico Infinity Esports from the back. And RTG to the 1v1 here as Vito cannot help now versus Hopin. But Hopin looks for the drop shot. He gets it, and RTG just weren't ready for the skill difference here from YaLLa.
I think RTG is just not ready for the skill difference of the lobby in general. That's another game down in the books for them, only managing 1 point this time around. RTG just not prepared for this level of caliber when it comes to these teams. Rico Infinity get the next zone, but so does KONQUEROR Iraq. It's going to be a Rico Infinity and KONQUEROR Iraq showdown, as with that zone shift, everyone else has to cross over in the wide open. And I do imagine both KONQUEROR Iraq and Rico Infinity are going to focus those teams first before having to fight one.
No, sir. 963 looks for the shot, so on to Rico Infinity team as they cross on in. YaLLa, Ragnar resorting to the healing inside the blue, but they still got 1 further forward if they can potentially get them inside. That's another question entirely, because Rico Infinity, they spied down Ragnar, and they look for that extra position. Cannot find them just yet. Hoping still pushing in with the extra 1-on-1, and now SK Ton, the second, as they come closer to defend. Ragnar whistling down, and Twisted Mind is going to be there in 8th position. Ragnar caught, but that's enough damage for the blue zone to deal damage in SK Ton. Another one down, but Hopin getting closer and closer.
Rico Infinity. They did lose that one player, and the next circle has shifted in clear favor of Conqueror Iraq. And SK Ton goes down. Now it's just down to Bandar. This is Conqueror Iraq's game. Getting those circle blesses. And we're down to 8 players. Just like that. So many players just wiped out in a blink of an eye. And the action was so fast, we didn't even get to catch most of it. And many of the players or teams left alive are just in the blue zone healing. 963, a solo player. Same with the likes of KAMIKAZE, Rico Infinity, and Falcon. 963 though doesn't have the first aids to do the med strat, so he tries to make a run in, and he will get taken out, but he gets taken out by Rico Infinity, so that's a good point for Rico Infinity as KAMIKAZE trying to see what he can find until he goes out as well.
KAMIKAZE down in third, and Conqueror here to clean up the deal as Rico Infinity. They will strike second, but second's the best they get. It's the second chicken dinner, however, for Conqueror Iraq here in Zute. They are looking like they are on fire when it comes to consistency the second game. Yes, the zone was given to them, but they get the kills more crucially as well with it.
Yeah, Conqueror Iraq they had that one handed to them. And once in a while, you will get those games and you take advantage of it. Conqueror Iraq did peek their heads out to get those eliminations. They didn't play too afraid or too scared. They did just enough to do both, right? The placement points and the elimination points. However, Rico Infinity, even though they didn't get the chicken and it wasn't a huge game for them, they did play, once again, I would have to say, pretty well and correct given the situation, given the circles. And the second place finish is still worth a lot of points. I do believe that is 12 points and placement points.
Yeah, they had those extra 4 elimination points too, so that tops them up just slightly higher than the chicken dinner as well. That will be given over to Conqueror Iraq for a second game, this first 3. Also, though, YaLLa, another big step up for them as we check out those overall results. Did survive slightly to later points, so did KAMIKAZE, and get themselves 14 points each.
Rico Infinity with 16, KAMIKAZE and YaLLa, with 14 points each. We almost didn't get to see where all of that action happened because the game just fizzled out so quickly, but that is the nature of Sanhok after all. When the action gets going, it gets going everywhere all around the circle. And NASR with 6 elimination points too, totaling up to 7 points overall. Triple D, we did see them, go for those earlier elimination points and definitely having a better game for this one as compared to their first 2.
For sure, the first 2, definitely an improvement over them. NASR also, as we said, taking up that 7th alongside Triple D 8th position, but it's still not great though. Still, a lot of the heavy lifting was done by those 6 points that they were able to garner, or 5 points, should I say, in this third game. So they're still going to be on single digits, Zute, and they're still going to need to continue to find a better game here in our next series of 3 matches, because it's not been through from the first series so far. As we do check out though that second page, and it's the same names, still a game we see. Nigma, unfortunately, a 14th position through from them. There also Twisted Minds, 1million, Dunak, RTG, Stalwart, all exactly the same.
It is actually pretty much the same. And the 2 teams that we don't expect to see down here, at least not back-to-back games, is Twisted Minds and Nigma Galaxy. Nigma Galaxy could have been a huge game for them if they just didn't make that one small crucial mistake, but that fumbled them into pretty much having their entire team wiped out. They would have been in the position YaLLa was in if they had maintained a better hold of their grounding, but the execution was just not there. And Nigma Galaxy, once again, I said in the first 2 games they played correctly. Coming into the third game, though, I would have to say the mistake wasn't so much the execute. Well, the mistake was the execution, but what led to that execution mistake was also, I would have to say, a decision mistake. So this Nigma Galaxy team starting to look shakier and shakier as the games go on.
Yeah, this game, I don't think you can write off as luck or bad luck here, really. I think it was just down to, as you said, the execution through from Nigma Galaxy. They pushed way too hard. They did not respect that the third parties would be there for such a centralized position. Although it was such a great shot through from Lord, it just wasn't executed to its fullest. Is also, again, another problem there through from Revolution, struggling to get onto the zone 1 million. Also trying to have a little bit of a struggle, ending up in ninth position as well. But even in leads of these teams down on the south side, you could have argued, yes, it was a hard shift up towards the north, but then you also have to count in the fact that there were some of the teams like YaLLa who were in the same boat but did manage to have such a greater result.
And YaLLa, you see right here, leaving one player deeper in the blue zone to get that high ground angle to just confirm as many eliminations as possible, with the other player, just fingers crossed that they could survive and make it into the next zone. So YaLLa doing a really good job as far as utilizing each and every single player effectively and correctly when it comes to playing out the late game of a Sanhok match.
Like, they played it so well. They were able to get themselves that third position, at least in that game, but is down to the next set of 3 matches if they can keep it up, as we're heading on to Erangel just after a short break. We're back here for 3 more games here. We're halfway through in the first day of the finals. Myself, Alan Wolf, and Zute alongside us. But if you guys want to join in alongside our beautiful journey that we got going here for another 15 games, you can use the hashtag PMPL and jump in onto the conversation through our YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok links down below. Zute, Conqueror Rack, 2 chicken dinners down so far. Is it going to be another 2 to go?
Well, between Conqueror Rack and Rico Infinity, they are just soaking up the points. But of course, YaLLa, right? A team that we also praised through the Super Weekends, just improving each week. Sure, they might not have gotten the explosive start that Conqueror and Rico has, but if they just maintain that consistency, I have to say, Conqueror and Rico Infinity, they can't just always, have these spectacular games back to back to back to back. Am I right? Or I don't know. I might just be wrong about that,
yeah.
Highland Wolf.
I think, though, the skill is certainly there when it comes to Rico Infinity, when it comes to Conqueror Rack, definitely earning their position, earning the kills, particularly the elimination point side of things that they've been able to grab here, Zute, because that is what has been sending them higher than the rest of these teams. The only other team to really manage the amount of same elimination points that they've been gathering has been YaLLa Esports, up there with 40 points in third. The rest, actually, interestingly enough, very close towards that 10 to 12 mark. You can see from Falcons down to NASR below.
And even though Twisted Minds, they were on the second half of the leaderboard per the 2 matches that we just saw, the one previous and the one after, the one before that, Twisted Minds, they're still in 6th overall. They're still on the front page of things when it comes to the overall rankings. So in a way, the points are definitely being soaked up by the 2 teams at the very top. I mean, if we take a closer look at things, there's a huge point drop off from 2nd to 3rd. And then also YaLLa, even though they haven't gotten their own chicken, they've been very consistent in points, and they've been soaking up a lot too, as far as, you compare them to Rod and onwards.
Yeah, onwards though to this second page though, it's going to be KAMIKAZE, 16 points, just bring up the rear of these bottom place teams. No surprise though, I think the RTG Esports are at the bottom of that though. A series of poor games, quite frankly, through from RTG. And it really did start in that last one versus YaLLa. Similar story here from DDD Esports, but at least with their 5 points they got in that Sanhok match, it brings them to 7, but still a poor showing so far.
RTG Esports, by the way, don't even have a single elimination point yet after 3 matches. They need to start doing something different and maybe just have a little confidence in the team, because you start off the match with 4 capable players that have managed to qualify into the finals. Surely, if you just take some gunfights together as a team, you can pick up some elimination points as well.
He's looking at a slightly different boat though here that RTG Esports KURDSQUAD are riding on, because they are a team when all 4 players come together, Zute, are very phenomenal in which they play. They're very aggressive and they have these ways in which they can manipulate other teams so well. But it's in these finals we haven't seen that synergy play out, and it was something Imperium was lending to in those Super Weekends, where the synergy of the team just isn't quite there yet on the level in which it is for some of these other squads at the start of the season.
That's definitely one of the factors, but the fact that it's the finals as well, added pressure, right? Some teams thrive under this added pressure when we head into the finals, and some teams crack under it. One of the teams cracking is, that RTG side, but I would have to argue there's some other top teams that we expect to be doing a little bit better, and maybe the pressure is getting to them as well. As far as teams that aren't getting affected by pressure, I can only confidently say 3 of them, which would be, the current top 2 teams of Conqueror and Rico Infinity, and then the YaLLa team. YaLLa is doing quite well for themselves, even though they don't have a chicken dinner yet.
Yeah, the other team that we said coming into today, which was one of the favorites to win here the finals, Nigma Galaxy. Of course, you cannot forget, Zute, they were the third place team in PMGC. They know how to play top level PUBG Mobile, but we've not seen it quite to fruition in these first 3 games so far.
And the most disappointing thing is that Sanhok game, right? I respect the fact that they're trying to actually play into the late game and they're not just relying on the med strat, but this is the finals. If you did not, get it sorted or figured out during the league days and the super weekends, then you should definitely, resort back to what you're most comfortable with. And they did not attempt the med strat at all. Of course, I do feel like if they managed to survive that one more circle, they would have defaulted to the med strat, but a huge blunder and fumble by them when they went downhill to try and get the revive, and they ended up losing the entire team for it.
Yeah, they gave up their position, I think, a little bit too quickly in that Sanhok game. But it's green, but it's not Sanhok, it's Erangel. Back to our second half of today's games, and it's all over again. The same type of chaos as the plane path comes down over Stalwart and down towards Sanhok.
I will say the playing paths and circles for today have been quite fair to all of these teams. We haven't seen any crazy circle shifts. We haven't seen any crazy playing paths. So in essence, with the circles not, going completely wild, every team has had a very fair shot at placing well in each game. And KONQUEROR Iraq and Rico Infinity are the 2 teams that have definitely utilized those circles to a very high effect. So there's almost like no excuses for teams that are, really struggling, because the zones did not hard shift in a way where it could have, just really ruined your plans. And the playing paths have been fair enough where it's like everybody should be able to land where they want to without getting into fights.
Still, it's going to be a very even series of drops in 1 million. Maybe opting here this time to couple down towards the ferry pier, as they will leave as expected. 1 there in Ity down towards the South Island. It's a similar but not quite exact zone here for phase 1. It's going to be more towards that South Island. Opting the question, is that South Island going to be more of the deciding factor in the rotations of these teams?
You know what I want to see, Highland Wolf? I want to see for the second half of the day, because we do have 3 more matches, I want to see the second half of the day completely ramp up in terms of circle hardships. Like, we've given these teams 3 very fair games to, get their blood pumping, get warmed up, get accustomed to getting back into the grind of things now that we're in the finals. And now that they're warmed up and theoretically they should be ready for the next 3 games, including this one, I want to see the crazy hardships that they're so used to in the super weekends.
For sure, YaLLa as well beginning to open up their own path down in towards that more northern side of Roshawk, just going to pick themselves back up, not going to have a fight versus some of these other teams like the rest of Triple D or RTG pressuring them, as we've seen previously in onto the Super Weekend. Some space given over to them, and they'll take their merry route up towards the hospital side as expected, alongside the rest of these normal rotations. But it is these other rotations that I'm wondering here through from the side of 1 million down towards the south. Will they try to bring all of their members down towards Ity, or will they bring Ity up to them later on? It's being a 50-50 in the decision, that side of things, but also do teams like KONQUEROR maybe not willing this time as much to go through on that main south side of the coastal line, because it has been in the past that KONQUEROR have been caught by teams in towards that south line and have been caught with a slower rotation. So if they are going to avoid that south island and they are going to go across that coastal line instead, I want to see a quicker rotation through from them.
Speaking about the coastal side, the bridge is also in play and a potential key area for contention. We do see a very eastern circle that may or may not shift down south towards that military base side. So 2 teams I'm looking at, Stalwart Esports and Twisted Minds, both teams drop very close to that bridge. But which team is going to hold it down and which team might just decide to rotate on first to the side of Military Island. And of course, the next circle shift. Because for now, it looks like it's more favoring the main island. But every time it looks that way, when it's Highland Wolf and eye casting, it somehow always
Yeah.
manages to find its way down to the south. So with this being said, Twisted Minds, this could be a big game for them if they do decide to lock things down on the bridge and pick up a few elimination points and then rotate down to the military base side. This could be the game they really need if the circle blesses them in that way.
Also, the other team that we really should be looking out for is that in second place right now on the leaderboard, Rico Infinity Esports. Now, they managed to pull off one rotation, which was more easterly favored. This one is slightly more so. So if it does go, as we are theorizing here, down towards that South Island, is a problem here for Rico Infinity because they haven't had, let's say, the best result here, Zuti, when it comes to getting down that far in the map.
Yeah, anytime it's been a military base side, Rico Infinity has definitely struggled. And I think we've seen them try a number of different things. I do believe at one point they tried a bridge, or not a bridge, a boat rotation out of Prim, but it was like far too late, or there was no more boats left to be had. And then we see them do that shoreline crossing strategy, right? Just southeast of Pachinki, next to the two barn houses, where a lot of teams kind of end up taking and then swimming across. But by the time they get there, that's already occupied as well, and it's just too late to take the bridges when you're that late coming from the northwest side of Georgepool. So Rico Infinity, I'm not seeing them rotate yet, meaning if it does go down to the military base side, they're going to be caught in a similar situation as previously when it comes to those military base zones. So fingers crossed for them, though, that it doesn't go to the military base on the second circle.
And I think it all stems as well, though, through Zute, from the rotation that Rico does like to make. And if that is of the Asnai Polyana coming in from the northern side and beginning on the north end this time, that they try to use from the east end zones. And coming down past Mansion is usually their newer rotation that they have begun to make. They did also try to go as far even on that more south line, as you said, passing over the coast through Pachinki as far as the Eastern Bridge. That did also not work out for them, hence why I think they changed it to be the opposite end. They're trying to bring it from the north end, where they are assuming if it is going to be a South Island finish, teams will have already rotated and we can have a freer time getting down to that position more slowly.
They could theorize all they want, though, but we have yet to see them really be too successful. But this being the finals, teams might be playing a little bit differently. They might be feeling a little more rushed, maybe less comfortable when it comes to, camping out the bridges and maybe just wanting to get onto the main military island itself. But we talk a lot about military island, yet we still have no idea if it is going to go that way. What I do see, though, is the Twisted Minds doing a very interesting split. They're doing a 2-2 split in the farm area. Hopefully it will be shown on the map, as they're controlling one of the compounds that allows for a swim across the bridge, or not across the bridge, but a swim across the water to go to the military side, and the other two players camping more center to the left side of farm. You can see that 2-2 split just barely. If you look to the left side of the F, you can catch out where the other two Twisted Mind players are.
Still no one to drop yet, and I think it's been the slowest game so far, at least now. But no single player has been eliminated out of the game in the finals. 8 minutes usually isn't a mark that we'd expect anyone to have fallen out though just yet, as teams beginning to make their final rotations in onto the first phase, not wanting to be caught by that first phase zone, although it doesn't do as much damage as teams may be fearful of.
I don't think any teams are fighting because they are all just subconsciously worried about that military base zone in the back of their head, right? They know if they get caught in an engagement now and it goes down to military base, whoever they're fighting, and themselves included, is going to be in a lot of trouble. Oh,
Oh, it's even worse.
that's
Yeah,
I wouldn't say it's worse than Military Island, but it's definitely not the best. We do have, well, I asked for it. I asked for those hard shifts. You know, we're in the second half of the day now, and teams should be warmed up and ready. So here we go. Let it rip. We're getting a huge southeastern zone shift with a huge chunk of the zone and water. And military base, you can also count that out too as unplayable territory. So this zone is almost looking like as small as the fourth circle.
is a problem because of that water, and is from the lumberyard of game number 1. The trauma of these teams up on the northern side. Dunak and the Falcons trying to face it out, though, in this exact location. We've also got to keep in mind, though, RTG and behind it are rotating through on the vehicles, stopping for now on the edge of the fight, but they are a potential third party. They could take in charge of this fight. Miramar, though, going to go down. It's live. Begins the fight with the first knock. Never alone, beginning the flank, but Life has spotted it, but still keeps the eyes peeled on towards last. A big peek, almost goes down for it, but it's the back end. Look at the damage that has been done on the health bars of Dunak. It's 2 down, and it is in shambles right now, as I believe it was RTG to send those knocks through.
Fight's going really well in the way of Falcons, but they got to be wary of that third party, as this is during the phase of a rotation, so teams are rotating by and potentially want to stop and take their engagements. As RTG, I think RTG finally waking up a little bit and going for a third party opportunity. You see them coming in from the left side of Dunak, and the Falcons still a little bit split up, trying to find the multiple angles onto Dunak, but they need to be a bit more careful now, since there's a third team involved. And never alone, he is going to indeed be not alone as he circles back to group up with the team.
4-man strong, but we're still in the wave of a lot of these rotations. And if they are going to go towards the coastal line, Triple D also finishing this fight with as many members as possible, going to be insanely valuable in a particular zone like this, where it is going to be more difficult after the engagement, as long as it's to try find a position later onto the face.
Now YaLLa is also coming by very close, just north of RTG, and with YaLLa having such consistent performances, you do have to believe that their confidence is at a higher level, that if they want a third party or they see an opportunity to third party, they will take it. Now, we still have 62 alive. No players have really fallen, but it's the next zone shift that's going to cause the most amount of trouble, as so much of the western side of the map is congested since we had that eastern shift. Now with another shift coming out, many of these teams on the western side are going to be caught on each other on the rotation and may have to just take a fight instead.
Third phase, though, it's gonna look so bad here as it goes all the way towards Milta. I've never seen a zone in Milta yet, and from my eyes, every time I've looked over, it seems pretty much like a barren wasteland. Yes, you've got the nuclear plant there towards the coastline, going to be a prime target for a lot of these teams. You can see Triple D, Dunak, Falcons, all in yellow included, trying to go for this location because the rest of his zone is so unplayable.
I do think the Circle Gods is trying to find balance in things, because we did get 3 very typical games for starters, and now the Circle Gods are deciding to mix things up quite a bit. I haven't seen a circle like this either. I've seen circles end in this area due to different, shifts, but not a shift like this where half of it's on the eastern side that's in water still. So this is a little bit different for me in all my years of watching PUBG Mobile. So we see a quick replay here. Nigma Galaxy picking one up onto the Twisted Mind of Rokus.
But it's not just one elimination that they need. It's going to be so many more in a position here to hold in the zone. Also now Stalwart going to lose one. Knock maybe into the elimination here as well as they struggle. Kid now down in a position onto the Mills side itself. And because you said rightly so many of the places in the zone are restricted, almost like it's phase 5, because of the fact that it is so far into the ocean side that a lot of these rotations from teams, particularly those even like 1million from the South Island, instead are coming in by boat, because by land, it is so impossible to navigate here without the fight that you see having to be forced by your team into another. As NASR 2 knocks onto YaLLa. Finally, the eliminations come through, and there goes one. Looks for a brave outing at a hut into the other, but is very, very cautious of going for the third, potentially, as Ragnar does get away in time.
They still need to go back up to get the revive on their teammate, but nobody on NASR is going back up the hill to get the revive. I think that's a huge, almost misplay. But now that I see the kill feed, it was actually Rico Infinity that got the knock up there, and it was not YaLLa. So even though they took care of YaLLa, going back up that hillside, Rico Infinity would have been watching it. So that's actually a wise decision by NASR to not try and go for the revive. And 1million, you mentioned it, they're on that rotation on the southeastern side.
Look, they are way more comfortable than the rest of these teams are going to be, though, Zute, because they do not have to worry about getting caught. They are going to have to approach that beach landing, though, and because it shifted, I would get in there quick, because the rest of these teams, the boat is so easy to explode, and there's going to be so many players overwatching this coastal line in the next 20 seconds.
The circle shifted in a way where there can be the least amount of cover possible.
Oh, yeah.
That is just one huge flat beach side. There's not even any high ground or divots.
16 teams still up.
Yeah, I mean, you have the ridges on the south, but only so much of it is in zone. Nigma Galaxy found the only hard cover, like, kind of possible in that zone, but it's not even a compound. They just crashed into one of those power grid towers, and I imagine they're just going to be using smokes to try and stay alive and box their cars in to make their hard cover. And you see in that kill feed, one of Nigma already getting knocked because they're just putting themselves dead in the center of everything.
They were trying their best to hold it. Twisted Minds have a slightly better position. They can hold the more south side. There are a few buildings there that are still inside of the zone. There's a bit of a hillside too that Twisted Minds can utilize. So probably Twisted Minds, out of all of these teams, have the best position out of all 16. But for the rest of them, they aren't so fortunate, and as you can see, very hesitant, all of them, to go in onto the zone. They're probably going to wait for the blue to come in, Zute, because you go in onto that zone now, and you will be shot down.
There are still a couple ridgeline spots just south of Twisted Mind that's playable, but that's such a hard shift down to the south. So many teams on the north are just going to be caught fighting each other on the way in. This is one of them. RTG versus Revolution. Beautiful grenade by Revolution. Or sorry, of RTG onto the Revolution side. I think Revolution once again just down to a solo player. RTG with one elimination point, looking to pick up 2 more if they could finish off this last player.
Look, Al-Hahi, though, is not in this fight, Zute. I spied him on the map. He's down in the ocean. He's playing fishies with the rest of them. So Revolution are betting everything on Al-Hahi to stay alive, as the rest of the 2 fall flat. Inside the fight is 3 kills still for RTG.
RTG didn't manage to confirm the eliminations, though. If you take a look, they're still at only 1 elimination point, so even though they might have knocked the 2 or pressured the 2, it's actually Falcons that picked it up. Falcons right now with 5 elimination points. They have the edge of zone at this giant power grid tower. I'm a little surprised no other teams decided to push this and try and take it over. But with so much chaos going on, I think most teams are looking to just keep their heads low and survive. And yeah, we do have a few teams sending at least 1 player into the water to just stay alive and play for those placement points. And 1million, however, they had the boat, but I don't think they managed to get onto the shoreline side in time before Rod most likely blew up that boat.
And now 1 million all sat there swimming, but at least they've got their players alive. It is more than can be said when the rest of these teams still on land, beginning to suffer casualties after casualties. The zone, another shift though towards the beach, and it is as flat as you like, and it says bland as you like for the hope of these teams in getting anywhere in onto this land piece of zone. 14 teams still alive, and this is the problem, is that everyone here is betting other teams to go down, Zute, for the placement points if they can try grab them, but no one is dying.
I will say one thing though, Nigma Galaxy, this is their game to bounce back. We have seen these terrible hardships towards the east, and Nigma Galaxy did set themselves up very early on in a way for them to be rewarded this circle. Now the question is, do they have what it takes to close it out, as we see KONQUEROR Iraq on the southern end continuing their fight with YaLLa.
Still 14 though alive, and KONQUEROR Iraq, as you said, versus the fighter Twisted Minds have been in this position all the rest of these hard shifts, but they will finally escape. It's a brave rotation. Vigils tries to distract him, will even find with the help there of Stalwart. Rio now down. Vigils trying to go for the heal, but it's too much, and Twisted Mind is going to opt there straight in into the water, just like so many of these other teams already, to begin their ascent in onto the zone. KONQUEROR Iraq also equally doing the same, may just decide to go drop down as they begin to be shot down by Rad. May drop into the water, yes they do, into the coastal line, will go as far as they can for now, and RTG, the other ones here on the back foot, still beginning to shoot down onto KAMIKAZE. Neb is from Nigma Galaxy though, they find the knock.
So many of these teams electing not to take a fight at the ridgeline side. I think it just goes to show how little experience teams have when it comes to taking a fight on the ridgeline side, and many of them are just electing to just go straight into the water instead. It's a little bit of a safer bet, but you see like 4 teams just swimming next to each other. KONQUEROR Iraq trying to do what they can on the land side, swimming in, and 1 million Navy SEAL style has decided to pop up and make their presence known. One of them gets taken down, a second of them gets taken down. Delhap putting in huge work for the side of Rod, picking up those 2 elimination points and also keeping the team safe. But Gaga now swimming up himself, same with Morph. It is 1 million's chance to shine now as they push up and try and take over this position. Satan, last one up, gets knocked down to 20% health. Morph eating the blue zone and still having to fight his way in.
But he's eating the blue zone so much, it's brave to bring the car into the final stages of this game, and I think it was just a little bit too much. Gaga is now the sole survivor. Here is Rad still willing to live with Satan inside of the ocean. There is a plethora though of these players, majority still in the water, and it's down also to these vehicles in play that are controlled. That's why these other players inside the ocean can't come back, because the vehicles are still the ability for these teams inside the water to shoot down the rest alongside them. As RTG Esports KURDSQUAD 12th position, and a fail of a result there through from them, and it's unfortunate because they're just another 2 go down as Rad, also YaLLa almost dropped 2.
Nigma Galaxy still managing to hold on though with 4 of their players. They have 5 elimination points right now, 1 of them knocked. YaLLa on the other side of things though, just going quite literally fishing for points, as Hopen tries to edge into the northern side of the circle. As he gets closer though, the Falcon team doing just the same, and YaLLa is gonna stop to take this fight. They do know they have to take out some players if they want to play on the land. Otherwise, the only option they have is to full send it in the water, where they lose control of the entirety of the battlefield.
And it's 8 kills to Falcons. It just got the knock on to Ralph as well, onto Nigma Galaxy. Falcons are looking to control this game. They're looking to bring it through to the chicken dinner if they can, but is a brave vehicle take back from Never Alone as Yusuf falls down. Never Alone is the only one alive. He is alone. For 9 kills, they gotta try survive because the placement points still aren't there. It's still 1 point only to the next team that goes down, and you can bet your hat none of them want to surface back up out of that water.
9 teams left alive. Nigma Galaxy, the strongest team that's on land right now. They pretty much will control the entire of the western side and the land once this Falcon player goes down. Can he cause some mayhem though? Puts in a nice amount of damage. Does knock Lord. It was actually Conqueror. The Conqueror player blocking Lord. Maybe Lord will be able to get revived though, as so many of the other teams here are just swimming back and forth. And YaLLa joining the swim party too, but he looks like he's ready to get more elimination points and putting some laps in.
Oh, but they got played. It's Twisted Minds, NASR. There was a vehicle under that water and they slapped down YaLLa for being unprepared. Oh, so easily is YaLLa fall down in 8th position. Twisted Mind still trying to scout out a position for themselves, but maybe it is time to surface back up. Is here the zone has shifted away from the water completely, and all of those fishies, it is time to get back up, get rid of the gills, and grow some webby little legs, because it is time to waddle their way backwind.
I mean, these players should have expected it. They do manage a top 5 finish, at least, using that water strategy. But now it's just easy pickings. Or technically, it should be easy pickings for the Nigma Galaxy side. There is a chance that 1,000,000 might somehow come up huge and take this chicken away from them. But right now, 1,000,000 is just very focused on getting the guaranteed elimination points and waiting for the little fishies to come on out.
Yeah, you can see the 2 men focus down more of the Gaga. You can see we're just trying to finish now off Twisted Minds since we're down to the final 3. Twisted Minds, the only hope really here of taking 1,000,000 down, stealing away at least a 2nd position. You find one at least onto Gaga. Can Morved also beat this droid as Morved going outside the smokes? Have to be careful here with Nigma Galaxy, but we jump over to Jeep 1 at least for now. But it's the 2nd here from Nigma Galaxy team. It takes down 1,000,000, and they come to clean up the rest as they look for the final one. Confirm out at least one of Twisted Minds members as it's to the 2nd. It's only a matter of time here as the blue zone comes in. They give the play zone no to kill. Kaito won't give it to Nigma Galaxy, and it's the best as it could have done, quite frankly, because it's a chicken dinner over to Nigma Galaxy. And what we were expecting here, Zute, from the start of today.
Nigma Galaxy took them a while to warm up, but also I think they just do better in those kind of crazy circle shifts. We saw them make that, rotation right into that tower. So they knew exactly what position they wanted, and they were decisive about it. They had enough smokes to weather the storm. We saw them in the kill feed getting knocked, over and over again. But with so much chaos happening around the map and with them timing the rotation they did earlier on, there was just so much for the teams to look at and shoot at, and they couldn't get a clear finish on the Nigma Galaxy side with their smokes and cover, that they just kind of let them be and left them alone. And well, the circle has to shift to land at some point, and Nigma Galaxy knew and understood that, and that's kind of what set them up for the win. And it was a much needed win because they were dropping very low in the leaderboards, and with that chicken dinner, they might just get a boost of confidence back to their former glorious self.
It puts them back up at least 24 points towards the top end of our leaderboard as well. 1,000,000 Esports, another mediocre result through from them with the 16 points. A slightly higher performance gives them, as we said, a mediocre position in those overall rankings later on too. But it's Twisted Minds also, that other team that we were coupling there with Nigma Galaxy, who were having that poor performance. Surviving to that 2nd place was important because they only had 1 elimination point. So they also getting themselves a 13 point set by the end of this game. And crucially, not giving Nigma that extra kill point or elimination point to make it 10.
I love how Twisted Minds understand just how close and every single point's going to matter. You don't want to give away any points if possible, because that 1 point might be the difference maker between, your team winning 1,000 more, 2,000 more dollars, right? So we were saying YaLLa has been pretty consistent for the first in a row, and once again,
once again, though, of course, as you say, YaLLa getting at least those 7 points and managing here to get themselves some points on the board is going to keep them in that third position overall. Falcons are really the only one that can challenge them if those 10 points too on that first page of the leaderboard. I think also you could argue that Revolution, the other outside of there with 9, but as we come over to that second page where there is new teams on top, there must be new ones also in the bottom, and that being, unfortunately, there, the likes of CONQUEROR Iraq, only a 1 point game for them. Rico Infinity, yes, they got at least 6 points, but that was through, I think, a bit of luck there through from the placements and being inside that water.
6 points is still quite a lot for a bad game. And Rico Infinity, if anything, the only team they're looking to outperform right now is CONQUEROR Iraq. Sure, Nigma Galaxy is catching up a little bit more with them getting a chicken and Rico not doing as well. But the two titans of the lobby is still CONQUEROR Iraq and Rico Infinity. And funny enough, when one of them is on the second half of the leaderboard, so is the other one. So, but 6 points is still good. CONQUEROR Iraq not having a very good game. This was their first, bad game, and given the way the circle shifts, I can't really be too harsh on them.
Look, yeah, I think the zone was pretty dire. I've never seen a zone quite that difficult in Erangel for quite a while, and that's with all of the zones we've seen so far today. So it's a good pick of the litter to try out. Unfortunately, it was a tough one back to the land, giving Nigma that win. I think, though, also when you look at the teams who have consistently underperformed, yes, this was an outsider game, but Triple D, Dunak, also RTG, the same teams on that same boat. And when is it going to be? As we have only now 2 matches left into the day, only of 3 days of the finals, to get those points back on board. Because as you said, the gap is beginning to still grow, as Rico did at least get those 6 points.
It's crazy to think that after 2 more matches, we're already 1/3 of the way done, and there's no breaks, right? We go straight into the next day, and it's another 6 games. I mentioned it's a sprint, and this sprint is definitely looking like it's starting to speed up. Nigma Galaxy finally starting to kind of get into a running pace, as they have finally secured their first chicken, and it's their first chicken after 3 consecutive games of not really stellar results. So hopefully this is not just a little bit of a burst of speed from Nigma Galaxy, but this is them finally wrapping up and just going to keep that momentum through the rest of the match.
Yeah, as we did check out the best open moments from this diabolical 4th match here in the first day of the finals, and 1million as well. Yes, they lost to Rad, but it was a shutdown here as the rest of them came onto the water. And for more than Gaga, quite frankly, for the 1million crew, a fantastic game 2 from them to survive to this final 3 mark, where they were at least able to get themselves 10 points. It's just unfortunate that Nigma Galaxy made the push against them too.
Yeah, Nigma Galaxy controlling the beach side. They were definitely playing to win, so I respect that. When they had their 4 players, they could have done the same thing as some of the other teams did, which was full send it into the water. But they decided to fight for the territory and hold their ground, and they were challenged. They were being shot at by multiple teams, but they took that risk. They took that gamble, calculated just well enough with their smokes and with the cars for cover to nab them that chicken dinner. We'll have to see, though, if Nigma Galaxy can keep this performance up, if they can maybe get the next chicken after we come back from a short break.
2 more matches, Miramar and Sanhok to go in the first day of the finals here at PMPL Arabia. Myself, Alan Wolf, and Zute alongside you to bring you that action. But if you, of course, are at home, have been loving it, have been loving what Nigma Galaxy just brought to the table with that last chicken dinner, you can jump in using the hashtag PMPL to Zute and in that conversation, give us your thoughts on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and also TikTok as well. It was, as I said, though, it was Nigma Galaxy who took that chicken dinner. And for them, a very important match, to be fair, because as the overall rankings now state, Nigma moving their way up to 6th position, but it's still Rico on top.
Rico on top by just only 1.2. KONQUEROR Iraq and Rico neck and neck still. YaLLa, we mentioned that consistency is keeping them right up there. All YaLLa's pretty much waiting for is that one game that, favors them a little bit more, where they can really capitalize on things and they'll shoot themselves up into the top 3. Well, I mean, they're already in the top 3, but points-wise, they'll be right next to KONQUEROR Iraq and Rico Infinity. Coming down on things, Team Falcons, not too far behind, which is good. And Nigma Galaxy, they got their chicken, but you see how they're still in 6th place overall. That just goes to show how much they really needed that chicken dinner just to kind of throw their names back onto the first half of the leaderboard to show that they're in potential contention for a top 3 position.
But it is going to get more difficult as those top teams do stretch that lead further, especially for these teams on the bottom page here, Zute. And for a lot of them, it's still to get off the starting gate when it comes to that sprint in these 3 days, because they still are, for some, like Triple D and RTG, in single-digit figures when it comes to the points. And for those other teams, apart from Revolution, you could argue in that last game, who did finally get off that bottom page of the match rankings, still struggling to get off in the overall rankings.
They still got a long way to go for all of these team. Rod, they are on the second half, but at 28 points, they're actually quite close to just jumping ahead and being in the mid-pack of the first page. They just need one decent game, which they might be able to get here. We are coming in on the 5th match of the day. Usually we only play 5, but now that it's the finals, we are doing 6 in a day, and it kind of also might impact the players a little bit. Like, how strong is their resolve when it comes to these grueling matches, game after game, especially when they're having a bad start. Having 4 bad games in a row definitely wears down on your mental. And if you have a total of 6 to play, it cannot be too good.
Yeah, to be fair though, you said Rad, and Rad, they got a great result here on the 5th, or should I say 2nd match here, same as the 5th in Miramar. So it's down to Rad. Can they keep this strong position up? Can they also have another great Miramar match? Or can also Rico, also on top, who won that chicken dinner, get themselves higher up on that leaderboard too? It's all down to, I think, as you said, the positioning for these teams. And I'm hoping we're going to see maybe something of a more central playing path, because I think it was very favored up to the northern side, and it did affect some of those teams coming on the first time we saw Miramar. Yes, it is. It's going to be a central playing path, Zute, more so from that south coast side of Valdemar all the way up towards that El Azahar side.
The only thing really central about this playing path, though, Highland Wolf, is the first little itty-bitty start point is on the center of the map, if you're looking at from, left to right. But immediately afterwards, it is just hard skewed to the eastern side. And that particularly isn't too great on Miramar, because if you take a look at where all the cities are located more on the northwestern side, or the northwestern hemisphere of the zone. So we're going to see a lot of teams forcing themselves to stretch just a little bit to get to their different looting locations. And, well, we asked for crazy hardships coming into the second half of the day. We saw one just now on Erangel, and now we're seeing the playing path also being a little less friendly. So only time will tell how the circle impacts this one too. And well, first circle, not too bad. It actually complements that hard eastern skew. So for the teams jumping along the playing path, that's going to be a nice circle for them to play in.
I take it to a pinch of salt though, because it is also the exact same practically zone that we had in game number 2, but I said that also about Erangel, and then we saw where Erangel went to. So maybe the zone just trying to throw a little bit of curveball, and these teams saying, well, I'm going to be the same, but then I'm not going to be the same. I'm going to be something entirely different. These teams not also too much of a worry. You said they have to obviously make it towards that western side. We've seen zones, we've seen playing passes like this before, where teams do still go towards that more El Paso reaching side, up as far as even the Calvaria. We've seen previously in those more vehicle rotations very early on, but I think because it is one of these zones where we're coming off of a very similar path, a very similar first phase, teams may be aware that it could be something mean still.
So one adjustment that I'm seeing out of a lot of teams based on this playing path, as we do have a 1v1 happening between Easy and Satan. Easy does have that UMP though, and Satan only has a mini. Level 1 armor, however, does mean they just need to connect, or Satan needs to just connect a couple of bullets, and he should be able to win that engagement. But he's stalling because he has no vest, no helmet, but the thing he does have though is a teammate very close by, which does come in handy as that grenade just misses. So Satan right now playing to his teammates' advantage. For the rest of Stalwart Esports, however, they're not too far behind, just a little bit further. So Easy's got to be able to hold his own for just a couple more minutes.
But he does have to hold, and unfortunately for him, it is Rad who are becoming closer to this fight, but he does have the vehicle. Easy may just look to try escape out of this one. The door was shut, now it's blasted through. They've lost the opportunity to escape, and now they'll have to take the fight as Easy goes in for one, tries to solo them away, but they come around the back of the vehicle, and Satan's buying so much time for his teammate to come in as Satan double up. Here is unfortunately Easy goes down.
Really nicely done. We saw in another previous game on Sanhok where it was one of the Twisted Mind players, Rokus, right? Rokus should have done exactly what that player did. Just completely stall for time. Just run in circles if you have to, if you have a teammate coming. And Rod, they just pick up a nice elimination point for themselves. And the thought that I was going to finish before that 1v1 happened was, you know, with that plane path, we did see 2 teams drop in the Los Leones area. Actually, almost 3 teams. Dunak was one of them, but they quickly found some vehicles and decided to rotate and loot elsewhere. So a lot of teams just prioritizing the loot time over, you know, just dropping for a vehicle and then taking too much time to drive to, you know, their traditional loot spots, given that they can't reach it with the plane path.
I'm not actually as surprised, I think, though, for Los Leones. I mean, Revolution and NASR do tend to drop here more so into Los Leones. It's more of a more comfortable space in Miramar. But I do agree that Dunak was a surprise. I thought Dunak, who were a team who held on to Los Leones through the entirety almost of Game 2, judging this time to go up very high, all the way up to the end of Minas Generales and as far high as Junkyard. So a very quick rotation that I think was very risky, considering also that that plane path easily could have packed a team down on their route coming in towards Minas Generales or Junkyard had CONQUEROR gone for the same split as they had in Game 2 as well.
Yeah, but it was a very fast rotation. So even if CONQUEROR Iraq was split into that area looting, maybe Dunak could just catch one player off guard, because we're not even 6 minutes in and Dunak has rotated to the center of the map. They're going to be hurting on loots, but they do have a prime central location. Now, we usually say the center spot of the map in the first circle, second circle, and maybe even the third circle don't matter too much. But given the way that the zone is looking like on Miramar, there's a lot of hard to travel terrain around the center of the zone. So it makes the center position a bit more valuable than usual as far as the first circle is concerned.
YaLLa moving up towards this graveyard side. Still not going to be here, though, as CONQUEROR, as we said, went for the more closer split together. I think we might have spied, though, the rest of Dunak here, because they are rotating slowly towards Dunak, and you can see KAMIKAZE forced to turn sideways in onto the small compounds there, as Reva holds up shop. KAMIKAZE goes the other way and will retreat back to the rest of his team, as finally the rest of the cavalry of CONQUEROR will join closer together. And it's all about here getting Reva a little bit of safety, as he's now left on his own. NASR also rotating 2 out of Los Leones. They've gone towards La Bandita in this. Again, censored teams have to be so centralized in this first phase. This second phase, it is completely different to the way in which we see teams play every other type of region.
It's due to the plane path and the circle, right? Teams that dropped on plane path, not only do they get more loot time because they don't have to travel as far, but the circle just kind of sits right on top of them as well. So they could just claim their territory early on and space other teams out. You saw it happen just now with CONQUEROR Iraq and Dunak as, Rod continuing on their rampage. They already have 1 elimination point, and maybe Hassan should have thought better than to take his shots, but oh man, Hassan going down very quickly from the side of NASR right there. Satan does get knocked, but they'll get an easy revive. And sometimes you just gotta think to yourself, do you take the shots to press a team away? Or are you split in a way where if you take shots, that's gonna, if anything, kind of make the team driving by want to stop and take the fight, because they realize it's early on in the game. Most likely it's not a full team here, and if we hear shots, we're rotating together as a full team. Might as well stop here and just pick up a quick elimination point, and that's exactly what happened to the side of NASR.
And as well, considering the NASR, they weren't equipped to really support here the solo player that we had on split of such a compound, and they knew that teams would be rotating here out of Los Leones. They know that Revolution drop here. They saw them last game. They should expect them even through their research in previous matches too, and Rod would also be doing the same outside of the west side of Los Leones. So to get caught like that is a little surprising from NASR. I think that we should have stuck together on La Bandita, as the zone has gone a little bit further towards the northern side, and will keep in mind a lot of the positions high ground on the edge of these zones still. That being San Martin on the east for Rico, here on the south side, La Bandita, and also Junkyard Hills on that more western end as Humam. Not going to live to see though this phase 2, as Dunak do claim 1 themselves.
Dunak with that early rotation won't have as much loot, but that 1 elimination will help them a little bit. Hopefully that Triple D player has brought them some nice loot that they can use, and Triple D forced to turn back the other way. But some of their players actually might be potentially rotating right next to Stalwart Esports. Triple D just not able to catch a break today. But maybe it's not so much they're not able to catch a break, they're just not simply prepared enough heading into the finals, because this is a team that of course has missed 2 super weekends and only barely made it by qualifying with 1 super weekend under their belt.
I think a lot of pressure again being put on this western side. I'm curious to see why so many teams here, Zuti, are going towards this western side. Now, we said it may be in game 2 that these teams from Impala, Puerto Prieto, that being Triple D, and also Stalwart, already going on this side, coupled by those more quote-unquote easier rotations that teams are hoping to make alongside that coastal line. But when it's a zone like this, and if you're doing your research in between games and sort of saying, well, okay, we maybe could have actually gone towards the eastern side next time in Miramar, and seeing that, well, Rico Infinity really are the only other team there. Yes, sir, Rico Infinity, but it is going to be more safe generally than heading into more so 16, 20 players over 4.
It's a trade-off. The western side is more easy to navigate. If you take a look at the eastern side of this zone, it is just about like 70% just mountainous terrain and high ground with just really 1 road access cutting down. Whereas on the western side, you get different options. You have, a northern road, you have the road on the middle, and the high ground coming in from the western side isn't as mountainous and ridge filled as the eastern side. So the trade-off is, do you want to potentially have more players and more enemy teams on your side, or do you just want less enemy teams but less options when it comes to rotating in vehicles? And most teams would rather prefer the one with more options, because more options is always better. And after all, teams are coming into the finals prepared to take a fight if they need to. This is no longer, the first year of PUBG Mobile competitive, where we see a lot of teams just try and survive until they are forced to take fights. But we see a lot of teams are very comfortable in taking those engagements and securing those elimination points for their own.
CONQUEROR, they are going to lose one of their own, no, inside a graveyard. I'm not sure who that went to, as we are looking on the map, see where phase 3 number is going to go. Is it going to go over to graveyard here? So it's going to be another shift today and in towards half the end of the pattern. Half the end going to be claimed up already by Rico Infinity and now Twisted Minds. Nigma Galaxy joining in to potentially contest, but it's graveyard that I'm really looking towards here. And I'm particularly looking towards those hills that KAMIKAZE are already looking to take up over graveyard, because you are going to have such free reign on the ability to not only see players, but also try to punish players rotating closer in onto the zone as they come across that central line coming down.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if you noticed that top half of the leaderboard that flashed on the screen for a brief second, but all the teams on that top half of the leaderboard got the favorable zone shift. That hard western zone shift favors Falcon, Twisted Minds, Nigma Galaxy, Rico Infinity, and YaLLa. All of those teams I just said are heavy hitters in this finals, and they all get a nice circle. Now, of course, only a couple of them is going to manage to do well, because not all of the teams mentioned will be able to pull it off. As on the eastern side, this is where the action's heating up, because so many teams are forced to rotate into one another. Triple D, they already lost one. Now they have to take a fight with a 4-man team of Revolution, and this team is looking mad right now, coming in very aggressive, but YaLLa goes down, and Triple D does get traded out over to the side of Revolution.
Triple D, they're not taking it as a fight as a team. It just looks so wrong in a way in which it approached that fight. Zute, you've got guys still trying to come in from the backside over the hills, doesn't see a thing inside of that fight, and the rest are trying to come in from the front. So to try fight over Revolution, yes, they maybe could have argued they didn't expect a team to be there, but you have to expect a team here, as if you said, there's going to be more players on this western side going into a compound this late in the game.
Yeah, and either way, whenever you stop anywhere, your team should be close enough to support within at least 5 to 6 seconds notice, right? That player did stall quite long, I would have to say, and managed to even get a knock himself, but the follow-up was nowhere to be found. Now taking a look at the northern side of the circle, I mentioned that circle heavily favored Falcon, and Falcon are doing a pretty big split on the northern end. So instead of going more center, they're looking to lock down one side of the zone, as that player Falcons doing a Falcon imitation, flying just a little bit, hopping out of his buggy a little bit too fast, but he will be okay. And we're on to the next circle shift already. Still quite a few players left alive. I do see on the eastern side, though, 3 teams clashing into each other on the blue. So more casualties will arise over there. And the circle shifts west, once again putting Falcons, Dunak, Twisted Minds, Nigma Galaxy, Rico Infinity, and YaLLa right into the zone.
A big go hard shift with that road still in the middle. Still the hills on the south side there for YaLLa too. And it's going to cut off a lot of the options. Now, YaLLa probably do want to move away from this location. Yes, it's a high ground, but later on into the game, it does restrict them, considering you've got another road and teams later on coming through graveyard, like RTG, like NASR later on rotating in, could cause then some more issues if they look to try get away from the roadside, but they may also, on the other hand, just try to wait it off and try to play for placement points in the hopes that a lot of these other teams are also going to struggle by the same problem, the fact that they can't navigate a position into the zone.
This zone is very nasty also, because so much of the southeastern side of the zone is open, but only maybe 1 or 2 teams could find and rotate their way in, because everything is locked down by the roadside and high ground. So we're going to have a lot of teams just pretty much get wiped or eliminated down to just 1 or 2 players before they can even touch that southeastern side. And for the northeastern half of the circle, or northwestern half of the circle, well, all the teams have pretty much been set up in the past 2 circle shifts because it just hasn't really shifted anywhere from that position. So we'll see which team does make it in from the eastern southeastern side in this chaos.
It's going to be such a difficult move, though, for these teams to make it further in. Revolution have also much figured out how difficult it will be as Falcons, RTG, all look over in 1 million as well. Kind of grabbing an extra kill with elimination over Rex, and YaLLa is the only one remaining, barely alive to tell the tale, but don't doubt the fact that YaLLa will go down with time. Falcons, though, it's up to them. Do they choose to control this position? Now, they have a very comfortable spot inside the center, and it is looking juicy for, again, these rotations of teams moving in and catch them as they drive on past.
Yeah, Falcons, they have a nice position as far as option goes. If it shifts to the east or the west, they have a nice foothold to work into either zone. They can keep their heads tucked down low with 4 members up and really utilize their numbers when necessary. Otherwise, they won't see too much action, as no teams will take that road at this point, because there's teams set up all along the roadside. So they're just going to have to chill for now and see what happens with the circle shift. But the eastern side is still continuing to heat up, as we see so many of these players continuously take these fights. 963 right now, staring into the eyes of RTG. RTG pressing in, looking together, looking pretty strong. Definitely a team that has been doing better and better as the matches have been going on.
Also, did the spy down, 80 going knocked down themselves as they drove too fast, too furious in onto the zone. So it do maybe be 1 million down to 2 players now, as Gaga also going to drop there, as you can see in the distance, down to potentially 1 here versus the fighters Dunak, but it's still RTG versus 963, and 963 given the zone over, as it will shift now up towards that northwest or eastern side, but the western side for teams like now Twisted Minds making a very quick rotation out of those open flats, trying now to challenge here Rico and moving onto the zone, because to get out of that western area is going to be so notoriously hard.
That western side is going to be a killing field now. Even though the zone does bless Falcons quite heavily, they gotta definitely monitor the western side, because if one team decides to full send that compound because they want the game-winning position, they will do so. RTG, that's what I like to see, playing with much more teamwork, having one player cover, the other 2 pushing. That was beautifully done. This RTG team needed to be the team that we saw from the beginning of the day. But I guess it's not too late for them to turn things around, because we saw Nigma Galaxy turn things around just in the very last match themselves and conquer Iraq. They're one of the deadly teams right now, playing off of really high momentum. Only 3 players though, but let's see what they can do with 3.
Oh, but Vito, if he can find the shots, it looked so open, but they turn around and they slap down Vito with the instant 1-tap. And RTG has gone also very much wrong for them. Is Karam also going to fall there the second? NASR at least falling before them completely, but RTG, we're down to 2. The nades are coming on in, and there's a shack they don't want to be in. As Volt, beautiful through the window there, grabs the 3rd.
Oh my god, beautifully done, beautifully connected grenades through that window. I say you give teams like Conqueror Iraq an inch, they will take a mile. You miss a few bullets with your initial spray, you're done for. You're completely eliminated. And that miss, that spray with pretty much caused their entire team to go down because it was crucial for them to slow that push down, that knock. And once that Overwatch position got eliminated, CONQUEROR Iraq had their way with the team and just absolutely decimated the Shack. Speaking of which, Nigma Galaxy also did go out in a mad scramble against the Twisted Minds, and Rico Infinity, they're safe in that western side of the zone, but definitely putting in a lot of damage onto the beat up team of the Twisted Minds. They're down to 2 now.
Triple D, I think, just sniped that extra Twisted Minds member from across the map, though. It's going to be their 3rd elimination of the game, but it's still the higher problem of YaLLa to deal with. Well, not so much anymore, because they find Sanji, they take down Ragnar, and the 3rd one from Miramar strikes them all through, and it's YaLLa who look like fools going down in 7th.
Very good job by Triple D. So Triple D and RTG stepping up quite a bit here. Looks like some of these teams are starting to wake up, but once again, CONQUEROR Iraq, the Titan on the eastern side of the zone, and you do have the 4-man team of Rico Infinity on the western side. The circle does shift over to the east high ground, though, so CONQUEROR Iraq definitely in a better position than Rico Infinity. These are your number 1 and number 2 teams, respectively. So even though Rico Infinity has a longer ways to go, they do have an extra man advantage. So see what they could do with 4 people. More importantly, I want to see what they could do with their vehicles, because they're definitely going to need it to traverse the next few zones.
Dunak as well, do not forget about them, those who take. They've still got the zone to them. They've still got 2 players. They could hold on to this if they can find the shots. And the Falcons, they're finding the shots, certainly. A beautiful knockdown onto Rico Infinity Esports, but there's still 2 more to add to the equation. And Prestige, Ida, on that roadside, looking to make their surface on through. The Falcons going to be such a problem, and with here CONQUEROR with Triple D fighting that extra angle that Rico needed to pressure onto Falcons, it's not going to be there. So instead they have to take the fight, but Damar takes them down. Finally, Ida is there, swaps out to the back seat, grabs at least one, but all is one going to be that he gets as Yusuf will take down the rest. Rico Infinity Esports, 7 kills now given with that extra one to Falcons.
Oh, Falcons ate a heavy loss getting one of their players thirsted out there, because they have to work uphill, and there's still a 3-man team of CONQUEROR Iraq up on the hill. So Falcons would have needed that extra player quite heavily if they wanted to have a chance of securing their chicken dinner more easily. But it was a beautiful play out of Rico Infinity. They recognized they can no longer just go up the hill without getting pieced apart, so they took the fight directly to the Falcons. As Dunak, you said, don't count Dunak out just yet. Dunak actually knocked down one of the players of CONQUEROR Iraq.
And it's because they've got the zone. They've got this angle, the lower angle to this zone, where they can use the peak, they can use the rock to just slowly whittle down, slow down CONQUEROR, slow these teams coming against the blue, and use that blue as a 3rd man here for Dunak that they so desperately need to get this win on the board for them also.
Ooh, Triple D, though, get the zone shift as it does go down south. Now it's instead Dunak that has to make the push. They're at the disadvantage now, and CONQUEROR Iraq, well, they don't have the zone, but they don't have to move out as fast. So they're going to look to take out Dunak before pressing on in. And this zone shift also does favor the Falcon side. So Falcon, even though they're at the low ground, it's that same ridge kind of advantage that Dunak had just a few seconds ago when we saw them peek up and take shots at CONQUEROR Iraq.
Down note to Falcons if it can hold it. There's still that solo, yes, a Triple D facing the problem of the blue zone, but it's still only going to begin its descent into phase 8 now. Geif holding against the tree as Falcons slowly bring themselves up in towards the range, into also Dunak as life eats half of that nade though. Will be forced back. Clever and Molly as they begin to slowly heal back up. The blue zone is closing behind them, and the answers need to be given to them soon, because the blue zone, it is not slowing down as CONQUEROR. Also, this 4th party, still the one with 3 members left, and Zute this could, if anyone's game, be also Conquerors to steal. It's all down to who wins this fight and by how hard they win it. Is Dunak going hard in, but hard they fall. Is 1-3 down for Falcons, and life will succumb to the damage to the blue.
I love how fast the Falcons were. They knew they couldn't peek that and take the fight for too long, so they immediately peeked up and backed down because Conqueror Iraq is on that high ground. But did everyone forget about Triple D? Conqueror Iraq definitely fully engaged on looking towards the Falcons side, and Falcons just as well. Both teams probably think it's a 3v4, but little do they know it's a 3v3 with Triple D just laying in the wings, playing as quiet as possible. And if he's in that zone, he is in the zone, so he won't have to move. He can time his push perfectly. So just when Conqueror Iraq and Falcons get in a full... spoke too long, spoke too much about that, and he does get found out. Okay, but this is even better. We're in for a solid 3v3 situation. No spoilers to be had.
The Falcons, they have the lower ground. They got the peak advantage over Conqueror, but Conqueror had been given, I believe, that zone over towards them. And it's Falcons who need to begin to push up into Conqueror Iraq. 1-0. Court is never alone, almost goes down a little bit too far away, but then again, shifting back over to the other side, forces you into the hands of Rio. Because I think that was potentially here pan to be chucked over. Gonna do nothing, no, apart from giving the pan for free. Falcons still using that airdrop box crucially here to defend them. Rio stepping a bit over the top, also goes down to half HP. The nade not cooked enough and will not land onto anyone. No damage taken in that Calica. They maybe thought they did a little bit more with that nade, but it did nothing. They find two, and Calica almost 1v3s it, but here come the rest of Conqueror, and it's a third chicken dinner of the day for Conqueror. Actually, no, Falcons took it. No, they didn't. It was Conqueror.
It was Conqueror.
Okay,
yeah, it was indeed.
I was having a moment there.
It was indeed Conqueror Iraq. I mean, Calica, I think this is the star player out of Conqueror Iraq. We see him when he gets that momentum going, when he feels that confidence, he keeps it on. He's good for one. He's good for two, immediately following up. And that third one, honestly, if the player of the Falcons didn't have that MK14 in hand, if he had a weapon that did slightly less damage per second, we might have seen Calica get the 3-piece for that chicken dinner. A quick 1-2-3 for the finish, but it doesn't matter. They still got the chicken dinner as a team. As Conqueror Iraq, well, they're definitely going to pull a little further ahead of the Rico Infinity team. And what a crazy first day. We still got one more match, don't get me wrong. But to see one team really run away with the tournament already, like the finals, that's pretty impressive.
Look, Conqueror, 3 chicken dinners in one day is nothing to be scoffed at. They are looking so damn juicy in his first game. It's 24 points given over towards some Falcons. So you also have to keep in mind, we're in 4th position coming into this game. So 20 points through for them too here, Zute. It sends them very high in this leaderboard. And with also YaLLa nowhere to be seen, should send them at least into the top 3.
Yeah, so Falcons also doing a really good job. Of course, we talk a lot about Conqueror because they're pulling ahead so much, but you're right. We can't forget about teams like the Falcons who've been doing well. And YaLLa, like you mentioned, a team that's been hanging up in there with consistent performances, get their first game of the day where they are not on the first half of the leaderboard. And with Falcons having a great game, that will push them up. D and Dunak definitely waking up a bit. Every single game, good, nice turnaround for them.
Silvo for sure is his second page at 3 points only to YaLLa. Nigma Galaxy down there with 1 point. I think we can say the same time again. Yes, it's the same teams, but not to sound like a broken record. It is still the hope that therein lies. One more match for all of these 16 teams, Zute, still to get those points. I'm hoping we can see that turnaround from some of these other teams who are still feeling like they need to warm up, because overall, as we said, it has been similar teams, at least for the most part, on that first page of the overall leaderboard.
The gap for the top half and the bottom half is widening. And what better way to show that as we look at the overall rankings and Conqueror Iraq? Yep, 10 points ahead of Rico Infinity. I honestly thought they'd be further ahead because 3 chickens in 5 games. You would think a team that gets 3 chickens in 5 games would be much further ahead than the second place team behind them. But Rico Infinity just really hanging in there, only 10 points behind.
Yeah, Rico Infinity, a testament to how consistent they have been, also to their own chicken dinner where they were able to grab, and you have to look really at the 38 elimination points they did have over the course of these 5 games. The next page, though, it is still very tight between these teams, and I think that still it is a world in which I think, especially here for Triple D, after that 10 points, where some of them still could begin to climb out of that bottom half of the leaderboard within a good game as we check out the upper moments of this 5th matchup overall.
So Triple D, actually rewinding to the beginnings, they were falling apart bit by bit. So Triple D kind of actually ninja'd their way up into the end game with their last surviving player. So good job to them on that effort. But they definitely need to tighten up their teamwork when they have 4 up. If they were able to keep 4 up all the way up until the position that they were in, they might have been the team to win out the game. So looking here, yeah, this is Triple D right now as a 2-man team putting in a lot of work.
Yeah, YaLLa is there also bringing the work, but so was Ida to at least secure his elimination point. And these elimination points, everything they here Rico need to try to catch up to Conqueror, who are creating really an insurmountable lead in such a huge wall against all of these other 15 teams inside of the finals of the PMPL Arabia. Is yes, it was a 2-piecer. Gallagher almost a 3, but Rio to clean out Yusuf for the 3 in total. It is Conqueror who are looking so dominant on so many of these maps. I believe, did they also get that chicken dinner through Sanhok? They have all 3 maps too, Zute.
Yeah, they do have all 3. Team looking well versed in every map, not just specializing in one. Of course, we still have one more game to go, so let's see if they could close it out with a chicken. But honestly, they don't really need to. They just need to make sure that they do better than Rico for now. We might see Falcons, if Falcons end up getting this chicken dinner on this last match, they're going to put themselves right up there with the likes of Rico Infinity and the side of Conqueror Iraq Highland Wolf.
Look, if they can down one more chicken dinner, they are going to be well above 100 mark, but it's up to the bottom teams to see if they can catch up as we head into our final Erangel game after just a short ad break. We're back. One more game to go. It's not Erangel. I actually baited you. It is Sanhok for our final game. But what is not a bait is how beautiful that phone is down below the Upper Renault 6 series with upgraded performance and upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Upper Renault 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile Middle East and Africa Esports 2022. Sute, we have just seen a hat trick of chicken dinners coming through on that Miramar map now for Conqueror Iraq. Can Conqueror Iraq, though, muster a number 4?
Ooh, that would be a tough task. Getting 4 chickens out of 6 matches, that's more than a 50% win rate. And if you think about it, a 50% win rate with 15 other teams, 15 other opponents involved. I mean, getting 3 out of 6 is already quite insane if you think about it.
Look, miracles have happened before. It'll be a first if I see a day where we get 4 chicken dinners in one go. That would be a new record set, at least from what I have seen so far in tournaments. But Rico Infinity Esports also are not far behind. And that's the more mind-blowing thing to me, is a team still with 3 chicken dinners is only 10 points ahead of second place.
And it's not like Conqueror Iraq like just completely flopped 2 games either. I think, they only had 1 maybe bad game. So that just goes to show, like, when Rico Infinity got their chicken, they got a big one. They got one with 17 eliminations. And that also just means the 4 other games have been playing very consistent. Not even just consistent in the sense of, like, 8 points, 7 points, but like maybe, some of those games are in the 10 plus points mark. They just didn't get the chicken. So Rico Infinity looking just as strong as they were in the super weekends. However, Conqueror Iraq just got a little bit more of a sprint in them for at least the 5 matches. We still got 2 more days to go. We'll see who ends up winning the race at the end of the day.
Look, but if you though at home want to check out, of course, your best team, who is your favorite, you can jump in onto the conversation using, of course, the hashtag PMPL. You know where it is at on our social media and in the YouTube chat below. Make sure you are jumping in onto the conversation and giving your own thoughts of who can win, because also there are still 16 other teams here, Zute, that could also take this final chicken dinner. That being that on the second page, we have 8 teams who all are very close in standing still. Yes, they may not be up to Conqueror Iraq level, but there is hope. And I think we saw that a little bit through from Triple D and Dunak, particularly in that last game where they were secure respectively for third and fourth position.
I mean, yeah, we're only after this game, we're only 1/3 of the way through, and we have seen teams, you know, do really good on the first day, but the second day and third day, they just start, you know, not doing as well. They start, you know, dropping a couple games, and then the second half of the page teams end up, you know, going to the first page. So it could very well happen here.
Yeah, it was, though, here in this Sanhok game. A very nice playing path coming through down, and it is to be determined whether we are going to see a playing path that is slightly more, oh, so should I say a zone is slightly more devious than the previous Sanhok game. It's going to go very similar, again, okay, towards this main island. We've seen it happen, though, as I said in game number 5, a similar playing path the game before, and then, or sorry, similar zone here, and then the zone got harder as the game progressed. Now, are we going to see that again on Sanhok? I'm certainly hoping so. I would honestly not be opposed to something as ridiculous as like a Mong Nai finish. I mean, I have never seen a Mong Nai finish. Like, it's pretty out there, you know?
The Mong Nai area, the one thing special about that area is those like little palm tree, like that palm tree plant area. It's like a bunch of palm trees just right next to each other with little boxes. I always found that part very curious. But one thing that I'm noticing that is different right now with this Sanhok as compared to the previous one is that there's no 1v1 hot drops. So whatever happened in the first game, teams kind of, you know, figured out, okay, all right, so this team is doing this split right now. I do not want to put myself in the middle of that. So there's no 1v1s off drop, but there's still a lot of teams drop split that is kind of close to one another that could lead into a potential engagement. And with this northeastern circle, this also favors Rico Infinity, and not just Rico Infinity, this also favors CONQUEROR Iraq. So the number 1 and number 2 team off to a very good first circle as far as Sanhok is concerned.
Still gonna see a slightly more subtle split coming through from Revolution, as they will not decide to bring a solo into 1 million, so creating their mistake on previous. Also, you can see Rad bring themselves a lot more closer together in on the ruined side, so they won't try to fight for that location on the more bridge side, where actually Triple D, Gaif, and Humazi are currently situated. Now, YaLLa also in boot camp. Should expect them also to begin to rotate out towards RTG, as they usually begin to do. Although I'm surprised to go back to the point still that YaLLa have not been contested as much as they have been in previous tournaments, because they are the one team that has been, with all respect, very one-dimensional. The most one-dimensional in, I would say, the Arabian region as a whole, not moving from boot camp, but as we said, the last 6 months since the last autumn full split of PMPL Arabia.
I mean, if you're a team that wants to even entertain the idea of boot camp, you better be as one-dimensional and stubborn as it gets, because that's a drop location where teams do not give up. They will fight over and over and over and over. That's just the mentality of a team that wants to even touch the boot camp area off drop. So it's not surprising that, you know, for each region, whatever team takes boot camp, they're usually in it for the long run.
Still, though, YaLLa are able to hold it up, at least as we said, for this first match, but as we also said, beginning to spread out. Look for that location further apart. I also do believe, though, that we're probably going to see a little bit more of congestion because this is slightly more of a northern main island side up towards that Paradise Resort like we've seen in previous zones. We didn't get to see it with the previous game on the Sanhok because it did go down so heavily straight away towards the quarry side. And if it doesn't go down that way again, we are expecting teams to try to fight around that location like we, as I say, we have seen in previous games, particularly actually in that last Super Weekend that we had, where Rico Infinity were pressured quite heavily over Paradise Resort in a zone similar to this.
We also seen Rico Infinity, though, they will spread out quite wide all around the Paradise Hills for as long as possible to really pressure teams away from them and force other teams to fight each other on the way in. So with the zone looking like the way it is, that could very well be a situation that may arise in the next couple minutes of this match.
They are still forming, though, as you say, that box formation. They've got the two down towards the south side. YaLLa are moving their way up towards that Paradise Resort, though. However, they are behind the roadside. They are behind the hill. So still, Rico Infinity are safe for now, and neither of them should really have the full information on each other being there, apart from research done from previous games. Revolution, also a problem, I think, from them up towards the northern side as we look over Twisted Minds on one bridge, the higher bridge from Revolution being that they have to still cross over 1 million. I'm wondering if they'll actually just instead use Rex as that anchor point and then rotate across that more ocean side in across to those few little docks that you see very high up towards the north past 1 million. Maybe is a better result here, because if you are trying to push that bridge, 1 million should easily be able to defend that position overall.
With the way 1 million set up, they are definitely not concerned about rotating in more central. They are definitely wanting to space out the teams behind them, and that's a key strategy when it comes to Sanhok. In the early games of the zone, if you just rotate more center, the team following right behind you will constantly be at your heels, and when the circle gets smaller and smaller, you'll have less room to maneuver and take those fights. So rather than rotating early in the beginning, you just force the teams behind you all the way around. So when you get towards the later game, you'll have that little buffer area around you to move around a little bit more easily and take fights just a little bit more easily as well.
I think also there for Dunak, the other third-party pressure here, potentially for Revolution, depending on the way Dunak do decide to pressure. Garka takes shots back from Al-Hahi as Al-Hahi does trades down both to 60% or so, but they need a knock here. They need something, because as you can see, they're not really focusing so much on trying to cross this bridge. They know that it's taken up. Instead of trying to remove Gaga so that you have the threat of that bridge still being then pushed, but instead have, when more potentially rotates back over, those other three members instead try to bait around across that more northern side, as we said, make that rotation. And it's exactly why, as you said, the controlling position of 1 million is that they have sent morphed over to that northern side to stop a rotation completely from Revolution going on that more flank side.
This is very smart by 1 million. Rotating in early now doesn't guarantee much at all. It'll just put them right next to teams like YaLLa and Rico Infinity, which are doing pretty much the same thing. Rico Infinity, you see here, spreading towards the western side of Paradise Resort, even though the zone is more towards the east, because they know teams are coming in from the west with that first circle. So they want to space them as much away as possible. So with Rico Infinity being such a experienced high-level team, 1 million's employing the same strategy with their front. So it's really cool to see that being played out right now.
Even Twisted Minds, they've got here also the Bootcamp Hill. They can do the exact same to Rad as Rad do crossover. You can see on that map. Dunak, though, very far into the blue when it comes to their position. I wouldn't be as much worried about the blue had it not been that they still have to fight for another team. So to be chunking so much damage now, they've only had so much looting time across this more coastal line. So it is going to be a concern if they do try to go for that fight versus Revolution, as the second phase does centralize back away from the ocean side, though, and it is going to contain all of that main island in play.
This is a northeastern shift, but I would not be surprised if we see Rico Infinity continue to hold this exact same formation and not even bother moving any closer. The side of 1 million, though, they might want to readjust a little bit, but I wouldn't be surprised if they just keep holding their positions as well, because they really need that spread to force a team like Revolution to rotate all the way around and give up the sides that they want to come in from on the side of 1 million. And the longer they stall out this, fight between 1million and Revolution, Dunak, who's rotating in from further west of that, northwestern island, they might run into Revolution. And that might be the plan for 1million at the end of the day. It's similar to Rico Infinity. They just want to force teams to fight one another.
They could indeed, but you said, rightly so, rotations all the way around the map. Well, look at Triple D. They're coming behind Dunak even more so. So there's going to be a massive pileup of teams that 1million now have to hold. And they're all trying to go across this more ocean side. In the blue, nowhere to go. And as you said, 1million may have to adjust, but they may just only adjust for the kills rather than trying to get on into the zone like you may have thought.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's working out exactly as 1million might have planned. So now Revolution and Dunak are forced to fight each other. And even if 1million don't get any of these points, this is just two teams that weaken each other that will be a nuisance for 1million later on.
Dunak, though, are being weakened as one burns down under knock. The three behind the building, one inside actually is Gringo. Looking for the nades over the top, but they're not going in. Revolution, they burned the house down. They don't want to go in at all. But despite the burning from the molly, it's a continuous burn through from this phase one. You can see us playing such a pest in this fight as all of them are being more pressured into taking the fight. You take too much damage, you will fall to the zone. Even if you live on that sliver of health, you will not get the healing off in time. Revolution, as a result, are playing it slightly slower, trying to hold Dunak at bay, trying to let the blue zone do this work, as they know they can try to hold this for a little bit longer. And there's the nade goes. Life, we talked about it, that zone tickling you down, it's enough for it. In Life will fall down to it. Rex finding the extra piece of the puzzle, but high on the back end has been solved, and Dunak has solved their problems as the final two go away. And it's only Smoker, who wasn't even in the fight to begin with, looking over the rest of 1million, but at least he got across the river in amongst that fight.
This whole time as this fight was ensuing, 1million have continued to hold their exact same positions. They just want to make sure nobody crosses behind them, and they've held this long enough that Triple D is about to rotate across the bridge themselves and get camped out by 1million.
Nigma too, you can see it.
Perfect. Oh, that's a clean knock onto Gaithan. Yeah, Nigma Galaxy also coming in from the northwestern side. Just imagine if 1million rotated in earlier. That is 5 teams that could be pressuring them from behind. But because they stayed here and employed this strategy, it worked out really well. One of them do get caught by a swimmer of Revolution that did swim over to that northern side. So hopefully 1million could get the revive on that one player. And the zone has shifted even further towards the northeast.
Scythe, he's being caught, though, goes back into a 5th team. You wouldn't have expected it, but they're all here inside of the blue. In 1million, I think now, with Mord being down, they will try to send themselves across. Mord should be revived back up, and they should still be the 4-man team. Vic Hens then back into the more of the edge of that phase 3 part of the safe zone. Rado in now the fight as well elsewhere behind YaLLa, as they've also made their rotation, wrapped behind YaLLa, but both of them still behind here Rico Infinity Esports. And that is why potentially here Rad, if they've done their homework correctly, maybe why they're trying to redirect themselves. This in YaLLa and said, no, we cannot take this position, we will look elsewhere.
Yeah, YaLLa is down 1 player, and that's because they fought with Rico Infinity. Rico Infinity did the same exact thing we saw on the Northwestern Bridge. They held out YaLLa, forced YaLLa back in, and YaLLa's kind of forcing Rod, in consequence, back all the way around. So now this is YaLLa and Rod that are both teams that would have came in from Rico Infinity's behind, which are now forced into the sides and other teams. Like, this is kind of how you gatekeep on Sanhok. And the consequential effect, it's like a domino effect. You don't have to take out the teams behind you. You kind of just force the teams behind you to take out each other, and then you can only, then you just only need to worry about one front, which is in front of you.
Well, RTG They are absolutely not a worry for NASR Esports. As they find a 1, they look for the other, they drive over them. This Volt will be just an extra confirmation. Vito slips back in, his dinosaur plush in hand as they escape out of the fight. Still 2 remaining for RTG. It's an ace sent over. They're hunting for it. NASR Batika, they found it, and Vito has been caught. Now he has to step back up, but it's too late, my friend, and Vito succumbs to the same fate.
Good job by NASR, and good job by Ragnarok. He pulled out a 1v2 and managed to survive with 1 HP, but now Twisted Minds, Rod forcing themselves into the Twisted Minds. Now Twisted Minds cleaning this team up, and oh man, these circle shifts just so, not even the circle shifts are punishing, it's just the team of Rico Infinity and 1Million causing so many traffic jams and forcing teams to fight each other when they're not usually used to that because of the rotations. And the next circle is about to shift on out. And what do you know? Rico Infinity looking extremely comfortable as all the teams to their western and south side caught in the blue or fighting one another.
That is 8 teams, no 9. Now with Twisted Minds inside the blue in phase 4. That hurts, Zute. That hurts a real ton. Is the south side shift will give some respite to these teams coming in, but look at the way in which the zone is positioned. The roads, in fact, split this zone into 4 different entire quadrants in such a small space.
Not just that, in each quadrant, there's a very strong compound to be held down too. So the rotations or the crossing of those roadsides are near impossible, and each section will have a very good compound with decent sightlines for a team to lock down. And we already see Stalwart Esports trying to lock one of those down, just as NASR and YaLLa as well trying to fight for this one at the road intersection.
And YaLLa, they're feeling the short end of the stick here when it comes to playing for the right compound. Down to 2. This has just lost 1 more. NASR, though, finds a second onto him, hoping pinpoint accuracy with those grenades might just help a little bit with peeling here onto NASR, but the road, as we said, was so much the problem. They really need to take out a third here of NASR before the push can be made.
NASR also wanting to get the revives. They do send 1 player down. He managed to get the revive because as more grenades being pinned, the residual damage might just end up getting the confirmation. They will get the confirmation onto Hassan, as Hassan does bleed out. But NASR will be able to reset to at least 3 players as they continue the siege onto YaLLa.
YaLLa hoping, looks for the next nade on here to NASR. Will miss so in NASR. It's actually going to be a molly, should I say. Will miss either way regardless. Ragnarok now moves back. Repositions after the revive. And now NASR back up to at least 3. Look for the repush onto NASR. NASR still defending, but it's elsewhere in this zone here. Keep in mind, as phase 5 takes its toll. But which quadrant will it go into here, Zute? As it is, all of these teams still decided on already one of these 4.
And the circle will shift on down to the southwest side. That's a really good circle shift for the likes of Twisted Minds and Rico Infinity. CONQUEROR Aracto on that northeastern side, well, they have their work cut out for them. That is one hard shift if I've ever seen one, especially on a map like Sanhok. We do have the intersection in play. We do have the compounds in play. Paradise Resort out of play, but all the area right outside Paradise Resort is pretty much controlled by the Rico Infinity team.
Falcons, DeMar still closing further in. Here is now they continue to push over to Stalwart. Stalwart beginning furthermore to look for the hold in their position. They've got to hold this as the phase 5 zone. You can see how much damage it does. You cannot stop to heal inside such a zone. And last barely gets out of there. DeMarvo will be so low going for it. Has to already stop for the healing once more. And Bankid, this is free opportunity. Gets one, but can they get a second? The zone does the work for them. But now it's time to look for the kills. Here is Last, maxed out on the healing. Back through onto the top, but Triple D will fall first. Then goes Bankid, confirmed away by Last. His team Falcons not done just yet. Will at least get the third kill of the game, but that blue zone is way too far with only 2 bandages.
We still have 14 teams alive with only 28 players. That's an average of 2 players per team right now. This is the hecticness of Sanhok. All the teams just trying to do what they can to make it further into this match. And look at that. I think we just saw 6 graveyard icons, another 2 more play zones, players getting knocked, and a zone shift towards the northern side of that small circle now.
That's a dastardly shift, though, to go back up to the north. The rest of these players inside the zone previous were in that south side, and to go in onto the north end of Paradise Resort, you've got a few here elephant statues, got a few here little bits of dip of the hill up towards Paradise Resort that are available, but that's the best you're gonna get. And if you're trying to cross that road here, Zute, there's gonna be nothing other than paradise in heaven for all of these players.
If I ever seen a Thanos snap in a Sanhok match, that last circle was the Thanos snap. That's actually more than half the lobby gone in a matter of seconds. But one team looking like Thanos right now is going to be the Twisted Minds team. They still have 4 players alive, whereas everybody else is down to 2 or 1 players max.
And Twisted Minds have been so slow in their approach. They've been able to sneak in like the little slithery snakes that they are. But it's RTG Esports KURDSQUAD unable to live any longer. KAMIKAZE down to 1 with the extra help through from Stalwart Esports. Now, Stalwart's in their own problems, so I believe also reduced down to whoever's healing in the blue. Is no, it will actually be a revive. The zone goes towards them, but as is still is going to run out of the healing in Twisted Minds. Dami now knocked as finally the full squad gets reduced down to 3.
Dami also does get confirmed. Twisted Minds, though, still the team with the most amount of players up. I do think Stalwarts also have 3, but they're trying to get the resets and revive. Luckily for them, they get that zone. Does seem like Mexico is knocked, and there's a little bit of a road crossing that they have to make to get the revive. Maybe thinking it's better not to, as YaLLa is definitely looking down that way to get any additional knocks to prevent the revive. Twisted Minds utilizing their smokes now as they have to cross into the zone, and YaLLa do get taken out as the blue zone closes in. This is looking good for Twisted Minds.
Twisted Minds, 8 kills already on the board for them. They just have to get into the zone. Stalwart really are the only stopper, but Stalwart have been looking for a game like this all darn day, Zute. And now is their chance. Looking for number 5 as SK Tun has no idea which way to go. Easy being shot up though. Vigos is on the side. They find at least one with the help of Rico. Finds 2. Rico does the work for them. 2 knocks. At least 1 goes away with Zabud. But now, can they clean up the rest? There's 1 more to fall in Stalwart. They potentially have the chance here. They didn't realize Nigma Galaxy, by the way, was still in the game. Finally, Ralph dies off. But Stalwart, this is their game to lose. But it's Twisted Minds who have the potential here of still stealing it away. They get back to second revive, and it's back to the 2-on-2. They've still got the 3rd man. Yes, knocked, but giving away the information. Kaito on the flank side is giving every little bit of detail of where it's the Buddhist positions.
This is a 2v2, but the 3rd player, Twisted Minds, passing valuable information over to his 2 teammates. Being knocked on the side. Easy almost goes down. I don't even know if he has any meds to full back up to full. They're standing right next to each other. Very good peek by Itzabud. They do get 1. It's a 2v1 situation. Easy needs to go out first to bait the player if they want to make the push. Or maybe they could just spot Vigors. Easy throws a pan. Oh, that almost looked like it was going to connect. And there we go. They do finally spot out the player of Twisted Minds. And it is Stalwart Esports. Surprisingly, coming in, Stalwart UAE with the chicken dinner. I do think this team was on the very lower end of the second half page. And with a chicken dinner like that,
Yeah.
you might barely have made it into the first half, or at least they're on the top of the second half now.
Look, they're getting up there on the leaderboard, and that's what counts, because it's about getting as high as they possibly can, and that's a good way to send it out. Also, Stalwart, on the momentum side of things, we're looking for this game all day. Now they get it. The morale is going to be high in the camp here for Stalwart coming into day 2. So great job for them to secure that final game. But Twisted Minds still here getting that second place. A lot of points going their way, 20 in total.
That was definitely Twisted Minds chicken dinner. We saw how deadly that Rico Infinity player was. Not only did he get 2 of the Twisted Minds from inside the blue zone at pretty much the last second, he was being shot at by Stalwart UAE the whole time. You saw how small of a tree he had to use for cover, so his spatial awareness to move and take those peaks against Twisted Minds while still aligning himself correctly to have the protection from Stalwart UAE, and then also take down 2 of the Twisted Minds. Rico Infinity, I mean, it kind of goes to show why they are such a strong team. Each and every single individual player on the team is so deadly.
Yeah. Twisted Minds, so not the only ones that were deadly in this game. The sneaky assassin when it comes to the points in this game, 10 to Nigma Galaxy. Grabbing that third place is a big result for Nigma, who were beginning to slip overall in those standings, but as it is Sanhok, it was a lot of those points given and sponged away to those top teams, and you can see that in KAMIKAZE and 963 Egypt. Only 4 points respectively for them. A lot of the other points being separated as a result through the rest of this other page.
Looking at the second page, KONQUEROR Iraq, we saw that hard shift that did not work out for them. It went from the northeastern side hard down to the southwest, and they definitely took the brunt of that, only managing 2 points. The Falcons, another team that was high up on the leaderboards, not having too great of a last game as well. So this does change things up quite a bit. We see some of the teams that were in the middle of the pack do quite well and able to catch up to the likes of KONQUEROR Iraq and potentially Rico Infinity. Rico Infinity, however, had a great last game to close it out for the day.
Yeah, I was very pleasantly surprised, though, that it was Nigma Galaxy who was able to survive in that final zone for so long. Unfortunately, 1million and Triple D fell out so early on in that final match. But to check out the overall rankings, it's KONQUEROR Iraq tied with Rico Infinity Esports, but they're in first because not only do we have the most chicken dinners, but primarily here the most placement points, which is the first decider of a tiebreaker situation, and therefore end up in top out of all of our 16 teams. Falcons, though, in third position, very close behind them is still Twisted Minds and YaLLa, the same situation in their own tie, 4th and 5th.
Taking a look below YaLLa is Nigma Galaxy, not too far behind either, only 9 points behind. So third all the way down to 6th, we see somewhat of a pocket. Of course, the number 1 and number 2 teams still pulling quite far ahead of everyone else. Going from Nigma Galaxy down, we see another decent drop in points. We see a 10-point drop, 1million sitting at 40 points, followed closely behind by NASR. And so it looks like Stalwart UAE did not break into that top page with only 1 chicken dinner. But after all, they had 5 games, which I believe were in the second half of the finishing of the second half of the page for the match finishes. So 1 chicken is not enough, but it does shoot them all the way up to the very top of the second half of the leaderboards. And if anything, I think they're only 1 point away from breaking it in to the first page.
Yeah, they are very, very close for making into that first page, and it is still very close behind them, though. Rad almost with their own chicken dinner, remember, in that second game with 36, respectively. Dunak also quietly, consistently getting points here and there throughout each of these 6 games in their 11th position with 32. But there are still a lot of points to grab when it comes to those further down. I think we've seen the unfortunate latter half of what I was looking for in Triple D, particularly here, Zute, who have not had nearly the 10 point or 10.3 points per game average that they had coming in through that second Super Weekend.
It is unfortunate to see that the Triple D team playing in the finals is not the one we saw in the very first Super Weekend. I think Triple D impressed not just us, but the viewers as well. And I guess that was just a miracle run for that Super Weekend. So unfortunate for Triple D. And you guys can also kind of join us in on the conversation, though. We saw how the teams played in the first day of the finals. We still have 2 days left. If you guys want to share your thoughts, you can find us on the social media and do hashtag PMPL. You can find us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and of course, TikTok. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with us, because we would definitely love to interact with the fans out there as well.
But you know what's on my mind here, Zute, is I was looking through those overall rankings, and as much as it's down at the bottom half, yes, there's many teams to get up there. Rico Infinity Esports, okay? 1 chicken dinner versus 3 chicken dinners here that they were able to get. And still the same amount of points versus CONQUEROR Iraq. That, to me, is crazy to see how crazy good Rico Infinity Esports have been, Zute.
Yeah. One thing I want to add on to that, though, I feel like that means Rico Infinity is kind of the better team, because when you get a chicken dinner, right, you naturally close out the game with more amount of eliminations. And I'm not going to say, this side of CONQUEROR Iraq was a little bit luckier today. That's why they managed 3. I mean, if we review the games back, both teams executed things extremely well, but they got more chickens. So in a way, they should be further ahead, but they're not. So that means Rico Infinity, when they don't get the chickens, they'll do just as well as a team that does get chickens. And if we stretch that out for 2 more days, for 12 more games, we might see Rico Infinities try eventually pass up the side of CONQUEROR Iraq.
Look, if they can continue their consistency, they are going to surpass CONQUEROR Iraq based on the stats. But there are so many other teams here, Zute, that need also those points. We're going to check them out here, same time, same place. Myself and Imperium going to be with you for the second day of the PMPL Arabia Finals. We'll see you guys tomorrow.